sync up, and then we're both feet into the live chat. Yes, ma'am. There we go. Getting past the adverts. Here we go. We're up and running. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Brooks's Base Corner live chat 41. Here on a Tuesday evening, 8 p.m. here in London town in the UK. Hope you're all safe and well out there. Couldn't believe it. I sat down to start the live chat and I could see 6 people waiting. I can remember the days it was just me waiting. But here we are. You're very welcome. Good to see you. I hope the week has treated you well. For those who haven't caught up with anything since last week's live chat, maybe you dropped off the live chat last week kind of early or haven't even looked at the social media this week. We ran last week's live chat, number 40, ran for 5 hours, 16 minutes and 22 seconds. It felt like a war of attrition at the end, and it was like, well, who's going to give up first? So we kept going. I think it was about 16 minutes past 1 a.m. here in the UK when we finally finished. So I'm not sure we're going to manage that again this week, but if we do, we do. That's just the way it is. If we've got things we need to talk about, we've got things we need to talk about. Put them to rights. Absolutely. So you're very welcome. Live chat number 41 here on Brooks's Base Corner. I'm Mike Brooks. You guys are the fabulous people that are making the channel fly. So subscriber numbers are up, viewings are up, comments are up, likes are up. Everything is in green on my analytics page. I can't see anything that's going downwards. Everything's going up, which is great. So thank you to all of you who keep coming back week after week. It actually now gets to the point that once I get sort of into the weekend, it's like, I can't wait for Tuesday. Roll on Tuesday. I really enjoy doing my live chats on Tuesday with the fine people that sort of return week after week, and all the new people who keep sort of coming on to the live chat. Thank you, guys. Without you, it's just a channel, me waffling, producing videos that I think people might like. So, you know, I can't say thank you enough. I have to do it every week because every week it's growing. So what more can I say? Also, on top of that, whether you follow the channel on Facebook or not, today we hit 2,000 followers. It's taken a long time. It's taken 2.5 years of long time to get there. And I can remember days back in 2021 and last year where I'd look at the numbers every few days and numbers were dropping. But here we are. It's, again, continual progress. Everything across the YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everything is on the up. So I'll keep saying it. Thank you. You know, without you guys, it's nothing. So I'll keep trying to produce interesting, entertaining content for you guys. And hopefully some of it might resonate. Some of it might be, you know, just help you with a base problem. And if I can solve it, or on the live chats, if I can't, chances are someone else might be able to. That's what we're here for. So for those of you who've been tuning in week after week, as you can see, there's a change here in my office. We have Brooks's Base Corner merchandise is here. I said it was available last week. Well, I've got my test samples here. So I have on, as you can see, the very nice colourful outline with the sunset effect text. Brooks's Base Corner. It's a fairly standard logo that I use now on the various channels and social media. I've also got the same design here on this cap. And I have to say, all the samples came in last Thursday. Friday. Thursday. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with the quality of all the clothing, the hats, the mugs. I'll show you everything. So obviously I'm going to do the big sell tonight. Lots of merch chat. If you've got any questions about it, if you've ordered some, I want to see pictures. I know you can't send them on the live chat. You can send them to me via Facebook, Instagram, if you find me on Facebook and you want to send me a message, you can do it via Brooks's Base Corner or me personally, whichever works best for you. I need photos of you guys in your merch. So there's going to be plenty of merch selling tonight. So I'll apologize now. I'll try not to bombard you with it, but I need to do it. It's part of the course, a bit like super chat, super thanks, and all the other things. So let me show you my sample merchandise that's come through. So I'm going to take my hat off. My hair looks an absolute state today, so please don't start. I've been editing and writing scripts and recording. That's what the vocal mic's all here for. And it's been a full-on day, and a member of the family gone into hospital for routine tests. He's now staying overnight. We didn't expect that one. So there we go. So let me show you. I'll take the cap off, so no laughing, all right? Because there's no product on the Barnet today, so the hair's an absolute shambles. But there we go. So the caps are great, really good. So this is a standard baseball cap. You can adjust it at the back. The print is great, really good. And in fact, all the printing I've been really pleased with. There's one design that kind of looks a little faded, and my designer, the lovely Stacey, we think it needs to change from CMYK color standard. We need to move it to an RGB. So we're going to do that and see if that improves the design. I'll show you that one when I get to it. So obviously the cap, this is the long sleeve t-shirt, fits great. So this is a large, and it fits good. Sometimes with these long sleeve t-shirts, they can be a little tight in various places, but this one's great. Irons up really good. There's no kind of, you can't feel the transfer. It's been printed on really well. So that's all very good. I'll come back to the rest of the top. So I need to show you the mugs. So this is the standard mug. Obviously we've got 5 or 6 different designs. You can have any of the designs on a mug. You can change the color of the mug. Some of the mugs have a panoramic design. So you might see this one, the base with the logo and the writing. It will wrap around the whole of the mug. So anyway, quality of these is really good. If you've seen any of the other previous live chats and videos that I've done in maybe the last 12 months or so, you'll see I've got loads of mugs that I display around. Some of them are arcade games. Some of them are Atari related or Spectrum stuff. And I've got Prince mugs and Rotor Sound and Music Man and Star Wars and Queen and loads of mugs. Anyway, these mugs come up to the standard, but the color on the logo comes out great, looks really good. So yeah, that's the mug, standard mug. Someone asked me about mugs, said your mugs are really expensive, and I tried to point out all of this merchandise has what's called a base price. So the money I make is on top of the base price. I've tried to keep as much of the costs down as I can, because I buy merch all the time from bands I like. You've seen me wear t-shirts and hoodies and stuff here on the channel. I don't want to be, I don't want to do what Queen do and charge £35 for a t-shirt. I wouldn't pay it. I don't. Most of the Queen merchandise you see me wearing is either stuff that I bought years ago, or I buy it through various other places. So places like Rocket and Pool, where I buy the Prince merchandise from, they do loads of merchandise by other bands. They sell Queen official merchandise that Queen will charge you £30 to £35 for. This place will do it for £15, £16. So most of my t-shirts, the base price is around £14 or £15. Obviously, I need to put a little something on in order to make it worthwhile doing it. So generally, a standard t-shirt is going to be around £19.99. I don't want to charge over that because there's no point. Then you'll look at some of the t-shirts and there'll be more. So organic ones, different styled ones, long sleeve ones. There's different prices. So, but the mug, someone was complaining about the price of the mug, and it was like, I'm literally making £1.50, maybe £2 on the mug. That's it. So if the base price is high, the only way I can change that is to get all of this stuff printed up by a different company, where as you buy more, the price comes down. But then I'd have to store it here. I'd have to ship it to you. all of that. The company I'm using deals with all that itself. So that's the deal. But yeah, so there's the mug. I'll show you the bags. This is for the other half. She needed a bag to put stuff in. Again, it's a simple drawstring bag. Stitching's all good. The only thing both of us have commented on is on the bottom there's no metal reinforcements, but the hole that this rope goes through is double embroidered, so it's fairly tough, but I'd still like to see a metal reinforcer on there. But the printing's great. Again, just like the mug, got the general GB base shape. Now, if anyone wants to ask why have you used the GB base, copyright, so I can't use other companies, but also I designed that base. Bernie designed the rumour shape, obviously, it's his base, but this is actually taken from a photo of my own Kingfisher blue rumour, which has a thicker outline around the whole of the body compared to other rumours. So basically I designed that one, so that's how I can use that shape. So yeah, there's the bag. There we go. So I'll show you the rest of the clothes and then that'll be the merch done. So if you want to buy any of this stuff, if you go into the description box below underneath this video, you'll find links for the UK and Europe store and a separate US and worldwide store. Now the big reveal. From yesterday up until Sunday at the end of this week, all merch, everything in the shop. Doesn't matter whether it's a car sticker or a mouse mat or an iPhone case or a t-shirt or a hoodie, or everything is 20% off. So that's running now. Right now, all this merch is 20% off. And it will be right up until the end of play on Sunday, which is 2nd of April. When you go through to either store, you'll see a yellow section and it will say 20% off and a little button that says redeem. Click that redeem button. When you go through with your order, it'll take 20% off. I can't do any better than that. And it applies across the store. So it doesn't matter whether you're in the UK, Europe, America, Australia, Japan, Middle East, Far East, Africa, South America, wherever. It's 20% off across the globe. So get your Brooks's Base Corner merch while it's 20% off. So I'll show you a couple of the other garments. So here's another long sleeve offering. So this is a baseball shirt, long sleeve with the colourful logo on. If you've been watching any YouTube shorts over the past couple of days, you'll see I've started up a 60-second base review series. Episode 4 went up this evening, literally about an hour ago. Kubicki Factor, obviously got to get that on there. So this is the shirt that I'm wearing in those videos. So very good, much like other baseball shirts I've got. Stitching's really good, quality's good. Again, not, well, it's a large, but not tight anywhere on the body. It's great. Very pleased with that one. And then we've got, now this came out slightly differently. So when I ordered this, the t-shirt looked kind of more grey blue, but obviously someone's got the wrong end of the stick over there, and the photography of the blue shirt isn't right. But anyway, it's more it's kind of a light royal blue, and again with the colourful base logo. Printing's great, all good, fits really nicely. The t-shirts are great. I'm well pleased with these. I've never done merchandise ever in my life, bought loads of it but never done it myself. But this company, Spreadshop, they're using really good brands. So this is a Gildan t-shirt. The next one I'm about to show you is as well. The baseball shirt is a Fruit of the Loom, and this one is something else, a different brand. Is it Beachfield? Something like that anyway. So this is a standard t-shirt with the logo that we're going to change. So we're going to make it look a little less faded when it's printed. So this is a black shirt with the base flame logo. We're just going to change how those colors come out. But the logo will stay the same. We just want to change how the color comes out in the print. and I've got to change some of the aspects of it. When the design goes in, I have to boost the contrast and the brightness, but we'll see how that one comes out next time. But again, t-shirt's great, fits really well, and I'm very happy. So all the merch 20% off up until Sunday. So if you want anything on the store, literally every design, there's about 140 products. So whether you want a slim fit t-shirt or a woman's tied round the stomach t-shirt, or there are hoodies, there's jackets, there's leisure wear, there's socks, there's bags, there's mugs, glasses, water bottles, iPad cases, mouse mats, posters, buttons, coasters to put your glass on. There's loads of stuff. And in the US and worldwide store, there's some items that aren't in the UK and European store. So if you're abroad, if you're in America, Australia, Japan, South America, Africa, if there's any products on there that you kind of like the look of, or even if you find there's a design you like and I haven't put it on an item that you would want, let me know. You can either send a message via the community tab here on YouTube, or you contact me on social media. So Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Be Real, Reddit, Quora, a whole bunch of other ones as well. Just send me a message and say, I really like that design, but you haven't got it for that item. Can you do it? Let me know. I can change it relatively quickly and sort of make that happen. So that's the merchandise big sell. If any of you have got questions about it, let me know. I'll do my best to answer anything. And like I say, if there's something on there, but I haven't put the design on the item you want, let me know, and I can actually change it during the live chat. It's not a problem. In terms of delivery, this took a while. It took about a week from ordering. So that was for the UK, and it came from Germany. So don't be surprised if you place an order. It takes a few days to get to you. I think you can pay for sort of quicker shipping, but this was just the standard delivery cost, and it all worked out quite well. So that's all good. So next part of the big sell. Welcome to live chat number 41. This is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, directly below this is the live chat window. You got a question or a comment, something you want to ask me about the channel, something about bass playing, something about gear, previous live chats, whatever. Put your insertion point, your text cursor or your mouse pointer in the live chat window. Type your comment or question, press send. As soon as I see it pop up, I'll respond to it. If you're on the desktop version, the live chat window is that way. Again, exactly the same. Put your pointer in the window, type your message, press send. I'll respond to it as soon as it pops up. If you'd like to financially donate to the channel, maybe you don't want to buy merchandise, but you'd like to contribute a little something to the running of the channel, which pays for all these things: microphones, pop shields, boom stands, leads, lights, editing software, the gear you see in the reviews, the stuff you see on the workshop videos. You can do that at the bottom of the live chat window. You'll see an emoji symbol. Feel free to go absolutely rampant on the emoji symbol, because the YouTube algorithm loves emojis. It means you're getting involved in the live chat. So feel free to give that an absolute leathering. Alternatively, next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. So if you're enjoying this video, enjoying the channel, enjoying all the videos that I've put up over the past 2.5 years, if you hit Super Chat, it'll allow you to make a financial donation to the channel. Alternatively, every video here on Brooks's Bass Corner is monetized because the channel is monetized. Underneath the video window, you'll see a row of icons. So you'll see a thumbs up. We love the thumbs up. If you're enjoying the video, hit that icon. There's a thumbs down. Don't like that icon so much, but if there's something you don't like about the channel, let me know, or this video. It's cool. Then you'll see a share arrow, which allows you to share the video out to social media and email. There's also a save button in case you want to watch the video at a later date. You'll then see a love heart with a dollar symbol in. That's called Super Thanks. It's exactly the same principle as Super Chat here on the live chat. So if you hit that button, it allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. Why would I do that, I hear you ask? Well, maybe you'll find a video, whether it's on my channel or someone else's, either that you really like or you find really informative, or you find really entertaining, or it might solve a problem you've got. You might want to say thank you to that creator because it saved you having to go somewhere else or even spend a lot of money trying to fix that problem. So you can hit the super thanks button and give the creator a little something and say thank you. Okay, that's those three. The next couple of things. In the description box below this video, you'll find links to the merchandise stores, so UK and Europe, US and worldwide. You'll find links through to Thomann, and I know you're there, Martin Fay, and I'll be getting to you very shortly. So if you are looking to buy any bass-related equipment, a new bass, amp, speakers, effect pedals, strings, gig bags, anything bass-related, you'll find links there to Thomann and also to Amazon. So the Amazon links, there is one for UK and Europe, and then there's also, again, one for US and worldwide. So based on where you are geographically, those links will be fairly obvious as to which one you might want to use. How does this work? So the Amazon and Thomann links, you click on the relevant link, it'll take you through to the storefront for that online retailer. If you find a product you want, say you want to buy a set of strings and you know the strings you want, you find the strings on the store, click on it, add it to your basket. You then go to your basket, fulfill the transaction, pay for the product, it gets shipped to you. After a day or two after it's been received, Amazon will assume you're keeping the product. Once that is confirmed, Brooks's Bass Corner receives an affiliate payment. It's not very much, but it all goes into the bigger melting pot of keeping this channel going. That's how that works. Then underneath that in the description box, you'll find links for all the social media. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Be Real. And then there's also, I'm on Quora and Reddit answering bass related questions. There we go. The big sell done. It took a lot longer this week because of the merchandise, but that's all cool. So I hope you're enjoying the view. I'm really pleased with this stuff. I didn't know how it was going to come out. I thought if it's not good, we're going to have to find another provider. Spreadshirt, you've done yourself proud. I'm really, really impressed. Right, let's get to the messages because I saw them all popping up while I was doing the chat. I just need to select live chat on there so I don't miss anything. And while we're at it, before we get started, Martin Fay, you are a diamond. So not only has he made super chat payments over the past couple of weeks, last week he said there's a pedal I really want to buy on Thomann. Can you put a link or put it into your shop front so I could buy it, which will then give an affiliate payment to Brooks's Bass Corner? Yes, I said I will do it immediately. I did it. Following day, I think it was the following day or even on Saturday, Martin clicked on the link, went through, bought an Empress compressor pedal, and as soon as he did it, the affiliate payment showed up in my account on Thomann. Martin, top man, thank you. You're the first one, so thank you very much for that. Okay, David Gill, hi Mike. After a few hours of practice, time to talk all things bass. Exactly. Tuesday, 8 p.m, London town here in the UK. Brooks's Bass Chat. You know where to come now. Every Tuesday, you know I'm here. And actually, I should say, despite I put up as a community post a poll before Christmas to ask people, would you be interested in a regular Tuesday night live chat? Because in the run we had from the end of October through to the start of December, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. seem to have become the time to do live chats. And I asked the world, would that work for you? Some people said yes. Generally, the reaction was, no, I don't want to do a live chat every Tuesday. And I'm not sure, or some of the replies were, I'm not sure whether there'll be enough to talk about to make it worthwhile. Well, here we are. The past 3 weeks was 4¼ hours, 4¼ hours, and last week was 5¼ hours. That answered my question. So yes, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. seem to be the time that works for most of you guys. So thank you for attending. Thank you for keeping it going. It is really appreciated. So let's see. Stacy, hi. Fabulous Stacy helps with all the designs on the merch. And when I get my wires crossed trying to do things graphically, she knows how to do it. So good evening, my love. I hope you're doing well. Vissel, good evening all. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Martin Fay. Excellent. Here we are. The Irish contingent. Stacey ordered a shirt today, 20% off too. Which shirt did you go for, Stace? I want the design. I want to know what the item is. And I want to know what colour. Tom Sage, my cousin, you'll have seen this fine young man on the Facebook page. So he's the young guy playing bass, sporting a shirt. I've known Tom all his life. I was 10 when he was born. He's 40 years old, nearly 41, and never shown any inclination to play bass. And now, at the ripe old age of 40, he's found the allure of the low frequencies. So well done you, Tom. And thank you for buying the merch, and thank you for sending the pictures through. Very much appreciated. Martin, my baseball t-shirt arrived. Nice quality Fruit of the Loom branded t-shirt. There you go. Wear with pride, Martin. And I do want pictures. Stacey, awesome, Martin. Yeah, got to fix that. We'll sort that, Stace. We think we know what that is, don't we? So, hey, just so you know, I stopped in the Starbucks yesterday on a merch reconnaissance mission. Their regular coffee cups start at $14.99. You ain't off the mark. Thank you. Okay, that's good to know. Visol, closest emoji to a base. Excellent. That's what I like to see. Scott, thank you for the question on Instagram. That's going to be a regular thing I'm going to do Mondays and possibly another day in the week. On the Instagram page via stories, you guys can ask me questions. So if we're doing live chats once a week on Tuesdays, say your gear goes wrong over the weekend and you think, oh my God, maybe Mike might know the answer to this. If you come onto Instagram, go to the Instagram stories for Brooks's Bass Corner, there will be a section there that allows you to ask me a question. So feel free to make use of that if you so require. I'm glad I can make it tonight. I hope all is well with everyone. Yes, thank you, Scott. Yeah, everything's good. Tom, more than welcome. Still remember the first time seeing you play. Good God, I wonder when that would have been. Do you mean playing a gig? I don't even know when you would have first seen me play a gig. Probably Cousin Colin's 60th, I think. So that would have been 2002. I don't think you came to see any gigs before that. Unless you mean watching me play at home, but in which case you've seen the whole development pretty much. Now, at home at your mum, I must have been 8 maybe. Well, I started in 87, so I guess you probably saw me play at Nan's when we lived at Nan's in Wimbledon. So yeah, you would have seen my first bass. Well, here we go. Yeah, so 8. Well, you were born 82, so you would have been 5 or 6 when I first started. So yeah, there we go. So let me see, what news have we got for you? So as I said, there's a new series on YouTube Shorts, 60-second bass reviews. So the idea is there a bass review truncated into 60 seconds. I can't go into immense detail, but I try my best to, I barely take breath if you listen to the edit. The idea, it's a bit of an experiment. So I've done YouTube Shorts for a while. The last couple of months, a lot of it has been, I did the 3 great things. I think I did 4 episodes of that. There's another couple of those to, well, there's quite a few of those to come, but there are 2 edited up, ready to go. Then since October, I was using the teeth in. I was using the remix facility that YouTube provides. So with long form content, as a creator, you can go in and hit the remix button. It allows you to make a condensed short out of a long form video. So you have to pick a section, and it can be anything between 0 and 60 seconds. So say it was a 20-minute video, I've got to find which 60-second chunk I want to extract. So I was doing a load of videos. I wanted to experiment, see how the system reacted, because the thing with YouTube Shorts is it's pretty much, even though I can tell you lovely people out there in YouTube land, go and watch those videos, the way YouTube Shorts pretty much works is, it as an algorithm, it suggests the video to people and it just plays it on their device. Then it records whether they like it, or they swipe away from it, or they give it a like, or they leave a comment, or they subscribe to it. So even with the greatest will in the world, if everyone who subscribes to my channel, to Brooks's Bass Corner, watch my shorts, it's not going to create the devastating like million views that some people get on their shorts, like really quick. However, I have seen the rapid effect of a short. When they first came out in 2020, a couple of months after the channel started, I created some, they were testers. I didn't know, well, even then YouTube didn't know how YouTube shorts would work. It was there basically to compete with TikTok, obviously. And they were waiting to see how things worked, how things panned out. So I did some shorts and I put them up. And at the time, their general advice was it can take up to 2 days to see any effect of your YouTube short. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Let's see what happens. So, sorry, for some reason, I'm getting all the audio. I can hear the audio coming through on headphone. That's what I want. Thank you. So I put some videos up, and I actually did a couple within one day, and they were the early shorts where I was saying, this review's on the channel. If you like the look of this bass, come and check the review out. I hope you like it. And for the first couple of days, nothing happened. And I was like, okay. And then 2 days later, I was on the PC doing some video editing, and I could see my analytics, and suddenly my activity graph went from like, it was just ticking along like 1, 2 views, 1. This thing just went boom. It took off for literally about 30 seconds and accrued something like 800 views in 30 seconds. I was like, okay, that's how shorts works. But once it peaks and drops off, some of those videos never got another view again. Some of them did. Some of them became constantly viewed videos. Some of my Music Man shorts for Music Man bases still rack up a couple of views a day. But some of the videos just literally did a peak and dropped off. So the idea of the remix thing was to see, okay, we're a couple of years into YouTube shorts now. Let's see what the remix thing is all about. So I could take a chunk out of a review video, put it up. And the very first one I did was a short taken out of the Trace Elliott Elf combo review. And it flew. I think it did about 1,000 views in an hour. It hasn't had too many views since. I think it's racked up like about another 300 in a couple of months. But it was like, oh, okay, right, the remix thing's good. Yeah, but that's good. So I did for a couple of months leading up to the monetization of shorts. You'll have noticed I did loads of remix shorts. Some were successful, some weren't. Some took over a week to show any activity. Other ones, literally, I'd press upload and it would just fly the moment it sort of became active. So you never know what's going to happen. So the experiment now with these 60-minute bass reviews is I'm going to do 30 for 30 days. So we're 4 days in. I did the Alembic Mark King, you see behind me. That was on Saturday. I did the Aria SB1000. Again, that's behind me there in the rack. On Sunday. Yesterday was the Stingray 5-string with the graphite neck. Today was the Kubicki Factor. Prior to coming on the live chat, that thing was flying. Just bear with me a second. I can tell you how it's doing. So, okay. Right. So I made that live at, it's got to be about 7:10, I think. So at the moment it's 25 to 9. So about an hour and a half ago. It's done nearly 500 views. And I think it's peaked and has now dropped off. Okay. Well, it's not to be sniffed at, eh? And it could flare up again. Sometimes with these shorts, they'll take off, drop off, and then come back again. It's luck of the draw. It really is. It's just how the algorithm presents it to viewers, what they think of it, whether they've watched other videos. They might be, someone might be in Outer Mongolia watching all 4 of them. I have no control over it. So we will see how this experiment pans out. I'll give you an update next Tuesday. So next Tuesday we will be into number 11 of 30. We'll just see. I want to see if there's progress for the channel, progress for the videos, subscriber numbers, whether watching the shorts will attract people to watch the reviews. It's all a learning process. On top of that, there's still the long form content. So this week you are going to get the workshop video for the Lakeland 4464 that I bought a couple of weeks ago. And potentially you'll get the demo and review videos for the Ibanez SR300, the Red Beauty that I've shown over the past couple of weeks that I also bought a couple of weeks back. So the workshop video for that is already up, running. Thank you to everyone that's watched it, left comments, given it thumbs up. Really appreciate all that. And any links to basses, reviews, videos that I refer to will all be in the description box from tomorrow. So when this video completes later on, it gets uploaded overnight. The stream gets uploaded onto YouTube. Then I can update all the description, text, and everything else. So yeah, so that's how that works. Okay, some more messages here. Visog, who were your bass heroes when you started out? Right, I'll come back to that. Guessing John Deacon and Mark King. Correct, but there are many more. I'll come back to that. Stacey, I bought the light grey long sleeve women's t-shirt, Bella and Canvas brand. They're very nice. Light grey and the logo really pops. Did you go for the big bass logo? Did you go for that? Is that the logo you went for, Stace? With the large logo like on your baseball shirt. Fab. Excellent. Yes, those colours should work well on grey. I thought this was going to be more grey. I thought it was going to be a grey blue. But clearly the colour I picked wasn't exactly what was on the screen. But hey, we had this discussion the other week about my GB bass. I gave Bernie a picture of what colour I wanted, and that was not the colour it ended up being. Graphics cards, hey? Okay, Visog, who were my bass heroes when I started out? Okay, well, I grew up as a kid. My mum was really into disco stuff. So through the late 70s, early 80s, I would hear all the stuff she'd have on the radio. She'd buy albums, she'd buy Earth, Wind and Fire, Chic, Heatwave, Bee Gees, all of that stuff. So I grew up listening to Bernard Edwards and Vadim White, while every day the radio was on constantly. So when you see bass players and musicians say, oh, there was always music in our house, that was our house. There was constant music. If my mum was in the house, the radio was on. Then back in those days, late 70s, early 80s, music programs were on the telly all the time. So you couldn't really escape it. And for me, all those disco players, all of that period, I mean, it was great bass lines. How could I not be influenced by that? And so I became a Queen fan when I was like 4 or 5 years old. So I was already aware who Queen were. So John Deacon was already in my consciousness before I even knew who he was and what the songs were. I knew Killer Queen. In fact, if anyone said, what song do you first remember hearing? It would probably be Killer Queen for me. That's always stuck with me. So John Deacon, I was really into Adam and the Ants, but I wouldn't cite them as a musical influence. It was more an image thing, showmanship kind of thing. So then my first band that I kind of became, as well as Queen, that became a huge fan of, with Duran Duran. So for me, John Taylor, huge inspiration. The White Kabiki and the Aria probably give all of that away. So there was that. Then I kind of had my second wind with Queen. So I was really a big Durani for from like 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, well, all the way through till like the early 90s. You know, Queen, Duran Duran were my 2 big bands. And then I kind of started to broaden my listening from about 84. And you've got to remember, in the early 80s, there was so much music, loads of bass stuff going on. So I picked up on Mark King when Love Games first came out, but I didn't become a fan of Level 42 probably until Chinese Way. And then, but even so, I wasn't a fanatic about it. It was like, oh, he can play, yeah, that's good, and I quite like the songs. And then when Something About You came out, that was me regarding Level 42. It's like, I need to get on this vehicle. So then Mark was seriously in my consciousness. And but I was already having an appreciation of sort of like classic rock and picking up lots of stuff. I became a bit of a musical sponge, not the cake, no, more like a, you know, sponge that attracts water. And although I do like a bit of sponge, you know, I like my cake. And I started to sort of spread my influences. And then as I became a bass player, and I started to read, I showed you the other week that Guitar World that had the Billy Sheehan, Jack Bruce interview, that suddenly opened gates into, these are the famous bass players you need to know about. And I started to go off and do my own research and work out who Larry Graham was. And, you know, I was a big Prince fan and James Brown fan. And suddenly just all these things that I liked, suddenly from going from Duran Duran and Queen, it was suddenly this tree with roots and it was going everywhere. So my influences growing up, grew. Once I kind of broke the boundaries of the two main bands I liked, it was like a sprawling mess. So if I showed you my MP3 collection or my CD collection or my vinyl, and you'll go, Elton John, and It Bites, Genesis, yes, and then what else? There might be like some, you know, Jaco Pastorius and Bon Jovi and Marcus Miller and Roachford, you know, loads of soul stuff, Motown, Stevie Wonder. You know, we could go on and on and on, but you know, anything that's got good bass work, I'm pretty much going to like. Although I was never a ska fan, I never got into ska. I have an appreciation of it now, and about 14 years ago, I had to go and do an audition for a ska band. And I don't know why I really went, because the music wasn't really my thing. But the guy I was auditioning for had got my number from somewhere, and they seemed to be a busy band. And when I met him, he had all the chat, and the band were pretty good. But I realised he was talking crap, because I did a load of research and they had no gigs. And it was basically an old band reforming, and they needed a new bass player, but they had no gigs in the diary. So I said, well, look, guys, until there's some work, there's no point me getting involved. I'm so busy with the other bands I'm in. Unless there's paid work there, I'm not going to be grafting to bring those gigs in. I'm already doing that with my own band and a couple of other things. So, and I never heard from them again. And I've never seen them advertised for any gigs or anything. The band was really good, but didn't happen. So yeah, there we go. Bernard was cool. Yes, absolutely. Me too. Chinese Way on Top of the Pops. I think I heard Chinese Way on Radio 1 on something like a Monday night or something. My mum was cooking dinner and stuff, and that just came on, and I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. Mark's bass line was all over it, so it was very good. Stacey, Something About You made me investigate Level 42 in America. Yes, would have done. Duran made me want to explore Roxy Music Japan, Robert Palmer. I wanted to know what made them tick. I was already a Chic fan, all disco in general. Which hence is why I really enjoy playing with Uncle Funk, because it's all the disco classics and everything is bass orientated. I'm busy in Uncle Funk. For anyone that's seen any of the footage, there's not many gaps where I don't play. That's cool. That's cool. I'm waiting for Joe Goose to turn up, because I've got my drink there, and he always likes to know what I'm having a drink on these live chats. So I've got something that might just make him laugh tonight. So there we are. So here we are, live chat number 41 here on Brooks's Bass Corner. Tuesday night, it's 8 p.m. Well, it's not now, it's 8:45. London town, UK. Every Tuesday we do this. Past 3 weeks have been monumental. So, well, very mental, in fact. So 3 weeks ago, the live chat lasted 4.25 hours. The week after, in fact, let me get this right. Let's just check, shall I? I can't quote wrong figures. So, live chat. Well, if here I'm looking, okay. So, live chat 33 was 2 hours and 51. Live chat 34 was 3 hours and 13. Good one. Live chat 35 was just over 2 hours. That's like barely getting warmed up. 36 was 2 hours 20. Live chat 37 was 3 hours and 36 minutes. Very good. Then 3 weeks ago, live chat 38 was 4 hours and 3 minutes. It was past midnight that night. Live chat 39 was 4 hours and 9 minutes. And last week, 5 hours, 16 minutes and 22 seconds. I can only applaud your work. Well done, guys. You kept the conversation flowing. So I have absolutely no idea how we're going to do tonight. We will see how we go. And if you've got any problems with, well, I haven't even done, I can't believe it's 46 minutes into the live chat. I haven't even done this bit. So this is a bass guitar channel. If you've got any questions about bass guitars, bass amps, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, great bass players, bands with great bass players in, albums with great bass lines on. If your gear's giving you some grief, something isn't working, something's broken on your bass or your amp or your pedal, or you got string problems, or your pedal board's giving you a whole load of grief, ask me. If I don't know the answer, one of these fine learned bass players that we have here on live chat might know the answer. Between us, we'll sort it out. We've solved many a problem here for people all over the world. So if we can help, we will. I've got over 4,000 gigs worth of experience. I've been playing for 36 years. I've been playing for 28 years as a professional, full time. There's not much I haven't experienced, seen, you know, strings busting, picking up your backup bass and the active battery's dead. You know, I've been in these positions. So if we can help, if I can help, that's what we're here for. So let's see. Saw some messages come in there. Graham Potts, good evening, sir. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Hi, Mike. Hope you had a great week. Got myself a tasty new GB. Ho, 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 ho. Pictures, sir. Pictures. What did you get? We need to know these things. You can't come on with a conversational gambit like that and not divulge. So I want to know what model, number of strings, finish, and any quirky things. And was this one of the ones that went up that people have been selling on the GB page on Facebook? I need to know all this information. You can't come on here and just say you've bought a new GB. That's not enough. I need the full ins and outs here. And I know the viewership will need this. We're hanging on your every syllable. That's it. You tell him, Stace. Yes, we need this. We need this information. I need to know all these things. The live chat can't continue until we've got this stuff. So for anyone who doesn't know what we're banging on about, so GB guitars made by Bernie Goodfellow. Let me show you an example. So, while Graham gives us, well, types it all in. So this is a GB guitar. This is a Rumor 4-string made by Bernie Goodfellow. I bought this bass for my 50th birthday last year. A little something. And, I've put the LED batteries in, thank God. This has the sound to light system, so I can't demo it without plugging it into an amplifier and then there being loads of sound in here. But basically it's got, let me see, that's one. It's got 8 settings. Oh, it's going to do something. So it's got 8 settings and basically, it's doing it all. Normally it doesn't do all this. You have to plug it in. Oh, it's going to do it, is it? Huh. How about that? Every time I've tried to do it when I've not been plugged in, it's the ones that go up and down the fingerboard have to be. I'm trying to see. No, it's not going to do those. So it's the ones near the end that work. But anyway, so this is a GB bass. 18 dB of boost and cut. This was a parallel series switch, but I've changed these pickups from humbucking units to single coils. So now this is it's a boost switch in reverse. So it now drops the volume. So if I'm really loud on stage, I can flick that switch without changing my volume setting, and it just cuts it down a bit. But it's a great bass. Plays amazing. Sounds off the charts. Graham, room. Here we go. Martin, quite right. You egg him on. Type faster. Okay, Graham. You bought a Rumour 5-string, walnut burl, very nice. Maple neck, excellent. Rosewood board and blue LEDs, excellent. Scott, your white GB is gorgeous. You're right. This is Old English white as well. Okay, walnut burl and rosewood. Is that LEDs on and off, or is it got the sound to light thing? And was it one of the ones that had been posted up on the GB page, or did you buy this through Bernie, or had you seen another advert somewhere? Because there's been a few come up for sale on the GB page. Is this your first Rumour, Graham? I don't think it is. I think you've had GBs before, and you may have a couple already in your collection. Just remind me. The brain is like a sieve because I've been editing all day. So I'm having a frimic. That's the technical term. I can't believe Joe Goose is late. I'm gonna have to have a drink. I'm sorry, I can't wait. The throat is drying up. So cheers, Joe. See you when you get here. I'll give a free t-shirt to anyone that can tell me what is in there. You ain't gonna get it. You can try. Yeah, walnut burl. Excellent. So I'm presuming you've bought this second hand, Graham, or is it new? I don't know. Is it one that you've had custom made for yourself? No. Let us know. We need more detail. He could be eating his dinner. That might be why the chat's a little slow. Too busy playing it to type. You're not wrong. Martin, has your compressor pedal arrived? And actually, your affiliate purchase was a good kick up the backside for me. So I went in to the various different different areas of the affiliate store on Thomann, and I removed all the products that were now not being sold by them. So there were a few basses, and some of the strings had changed. So I went in and edited it up. So thank you. That was worthwhile. Martin, not yet, still showing as being in Germany. Okay, that will be the same reason why the t-shirts took about a week to arrive. Graham, no, just on off LEDs. Okay, cool. No, the bass hasn't been on social media. It was from a friend of a friend. Some second rumor, plus I also have 2 Spitfires. Excellent. Well, just so you know, this was a learning curve for me. So I'd been fairly au fait with Bernie's sound to light system, because the very first bass he lent me was the powder blue one back in 2003, which allowed me to work out whether I wanted a Rumor or a Spitfire when I did my order of the Kingfisher Blue. But I just wanted on-off LEDs. I didn't want to be spending time fanning about with sound to light. So that was fine. So clearly I've had the Kingfisher Blue with LEDs. Some of my statuses have LEDs. My GB Rumor 5 has side LEDs. I don't think anything else has. I think that's it. And so took possession of this last year from a birthday. Used the sound to light, used it for 1 gig maybe, and I noticed the LEDs were dimming off, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe they're just old batteries Bernie had put in, not a problem. So put a fresh set of batteries in. So the base takes 2 batteries for the LEDs, same as my Kingfisher Blue, because there are LEDs in there in the headstock, and then you've got the ones here. But then you've also got, in this base, you've got all the electronics for the sound to light. So that needs power as well. What I found was, even if you're just running the LEDs on the sound to light system as on, without any of the sound to light stuff going on, a pair of batteries will only last 3 sets. So if your gig is, say you're doing a 2-set gig, an hour a set, you'll get those 2 and maybe 1 set on another gig, and the batteries are dead. It was shocking. So I thought maybe I'd put some Duff batteries in. I had a brand new box of Pro Cells, put another 2 batteries in. Same thing happened again. So I thought, okay, well, maybe if I put the sound to light on and just run that, it's exactly the same. With the sound to light system, you will only get 3 sets. In playing sets, performance sets, out of a pair of batteries. It was quite, I'd say, illuminating, but it's not even funny. So that sound to light system absolutely eats a pair of batteries. Now, with the LEDs in the statuses, the GB, Kingfisher Blue Rumor, I can get maybe close to about 15 gigs. So we're talking 30 sets. 30 performance sets out of a pair of batteries. Not in this base, you can't. So I said to Bernie, is that the deal? Is that what this thing does? He said, well, yeah, the sound to light electronics, which are in underneath this cover, he said they are fairly powerful and they are juicy. So you put a set of batteries in, you're not going to get a whole lot out of them, which is why, because this was a demo base, he had the adapter socket fitted. So when this was a demo model, it could just sit there with the adapter plugged in and the LEDs on all day. Not much use when you're on a gig though. And he did offer, he said, oh, we can do you an extra long adapter with a longer lead. And I said, forget it though. Don't even worry. So now I've said I will only use the sound to light system really if I'm doing something like a theatre gig, where using a pair of batteries every gig, you want the money to be reasonable, but also to have maximum effect. There's no point me turning the sound to light system on if we're doing an outdoors gig, because no one's going to see it. It's pointless. If we're doing a theatre show, or it's going to have a good effect on like a big corporate event or whatever, then it's worth doing it. But yeah, a little startling. I could go through a box of batteries in about 2 weeks. So yeah, a bit scary. So the on-offs are great. You'll probably get about 15 gigs out of them. For this, 1.5 gigs. Great. There we go. So let's see. The vintage cork. Right, Stacey. That drink looks like it has spirulina therein. Okay. Good start. Yeah. The guy who had it before me bought it new but never used it. He was a serious bass collector. Come on, guys. Don't buy them to keep them in a case. Buy them to play them. That's crazy. I bet he's probably worth a few bob. I'm finding more and more people now buying stuff to collect, not to play. And it's mad. But it's the times we're in. And certain brands, certain models are going up in price, aren't they? So, Graham, my Spitfire... Yes, fire some pics over to you. Good one. Excellent. Spitfire has sound to light. Okay. But I think it's an older system as it runs on just 1 9-volt. Good God. Yeah, lucky to get 1 hour out of it. Exactly. Yeah. So, at which point, when are you going to use it? Because your battery bill is going to cost more than probably what you're getting paid on the gig. I'm joking. You know what I'm saying, though. You then start to think, well, why did I bother with it? Which is why the adapter thing is a great idea, but not necessarily feasible on a gig unless you're stood in one point. Can you use rechargeables? I wouldn't even go there, Martin, to be honest. If this thing can eat 2 full whack Pro Cell batteries in a gig and a half, well, it's only lights, isn't it? So it's not going to affect the sound, but I think you'd be on a hiding or nothing. I think you'd probably be lucky to get, you might get a set, which is fine. Maybe if your first set you didn't use them and then second set you did, that's fair enough. But I haven't used rechargeables yet. Maybe I'll look into that and see. But I always use Pro Cells because they're just most reliable. So yeah, very good. Well, I'm very pleased you got that, sir. New bass purchase, always welcome around here. And still no sign of Joe Goose. Maybe the bogeyman's taking him away. Yeah. Okay, I think we've just passed 9 o'clock. Good evening. Welcome. Live chat number 41 here on Brooks's Bass Corner in London Town, UK. Hope you're well wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everything's good. Hope life's treating you well. Hope you're out there playing gigs and enjoying your bass playing. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Martin, any gigs coming up, Mike? Yes, I have. Despite it being very quiet, and I've never known it this quiet in April and May, but it's the way it is at the moment, which seems to be for me. The diary isn't flush with a whole load of work until I get to June, and then it goes ballistic. But what have I got this week? I've got Queen Tribute in Romsey down in Kent this Saturday. I think that's Romsey Theatre, and I'm really excited about it because despite being excited because it's a Queen Tribute, which obviously would excite me anyway, we're playing some different songs this week. We are playing, in fact, I had a little card which told me the extra songs that I need to learn. Just bear with me a moment, folks. Here we go. There it is. There's some extra songs that we don't normally play. There's a couple on here we do, but I haven't played for a couple of weeks, so we'll give a run through. So I've got to quickly run through here at home. Fast version of We Will Rock You, Seven Seas of Rye. Then we get the new ones. My Melancholy Blues, which is going to be fabulous, and I'm taking my Ibanez semi-acoustic SDR 500. Anyway, you'll know it from, I've shown it to you guys before. So my Melancholy Blues, I'll be using that on that. And then we're going to do Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy. So I've got a bit of learning to do the next couple of days. Then we do Flash, which I've played a few times recently. And then we're going to do Barcelona. So I have said to the band, because there's no rehearsal, that we are going to run these tight as you like through sound check. And if any of them don't come up to standard, we're not playing them. You can't blag these three. They've got to be right. And Barcelona's going to be interesting. I assume there's a bit of a backing track going on there, but there'll still be bass, guitar, and drums in there somehow. And on top of all of this, we've got the BVs as well. So it's going to be an interesting old week, and could be a great, interesting gig. I've never done my Melancholy Blues, which is fine. I know the song back to front in my head. I've just got to learn the bass part. Good old-fashioned Lover Boy, likewise, know the song back to front in my head. Don't know the notes. And it's back at a time when the bass parts on Queen songs were rather inventive. So, yeah, it's going to be going to be an entertaining old week, I think. Yeah. So that's the next gig I've got. And then after that, I think is another Queen gig on 14th of April, I think, which is down the West Country. And then my next one after that, I think, is a wedding gig at the end of April. They've got some ABBA in May. And a couple of bits and bobs through the middle of May. And then it all goes absolutely mental through June, July, August, September, October. So yeah, that's what it's looking like, Mark. Jim Hawkins, good to see you. How are you? Welcome. Hope everything's cool with you. So yes, that was the GB Guitars rumour. Well, we waited for Graham's update, but we've had Graham's update now, so that's all good. So there we have it. I saw something else. Who does the Montserrat Caballé part? Tight underwear required. A friend of the singer, apparently. I've never met her. I just got a message on WhatsApp 3 weeks ago. Just said, oh, we've got a female singer. She's going to come and do Barcelona. I said, well, that's fine. But as I've said, we're going to run them at sound check. And if any of those songs that I've never played, we've never played together, don't sound right, they're not happening on the show. Forget it. They've got to be right. We're not rehearsing, so it has to be right. Jim Hawkins, tell us about the ABBA gig. The next one for me will be with 21st Century ABBA. Let me just call up my diary. I can't remember where it is or what it is. I don't know if it's a public gig or it's in Newbury. I think, no, I haven't got any other details. All I know is in Newbury on the 5th of May, which is a Friday. So, yeah, that's all I know at the moment. Live drums, live bass, live guitar, live keys, I think. And some backing tracks. But, you know, it's very hard with any ABBA not to have any backing tracks. But there we go. Yeah, so that'll be my my ABBA thing. Stacey, wow, that's going to be quite the Queen gig. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a roast. Good old-fashioned Lover Boy is not a walk in the park. So, yeah, I might have to start putting some hours in on that tomorrow. I think maybe tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, ready for Saturday. So that'll be good around all the video editing and filming and everything else I'm doing. Some of that. Yeah, Jim, got to love ABBA. I love ABBA. I really, to play, you know, I don't spend hours of my time listening to it at home in my free time, but to play ABBA is great. It is a lot of fun. And people love it. You know, that's the thing with doing the tribute thing, is that the audiences you're playing to know exactly what they're going to get. It's not like being in a covers band, playing in a pub or a club or a corporate event or something, and they don't really know what you're going to serve up. It's with a tribute, it's fairly obvious, you know. So yeah, I'm just quickly going to check to see how that short. Oh my goodness! Right, let's see what one's that. Oh, okay, right, now I can see it. Suddenly I'm looking at my analytics and there's like flashes of activity, but no, that's cool, that's fine. Very good. So today's one looks fairly good. So if you don't know what I'm wittering on about, past 4 days I've had a new series on YouTube Shorts, 60-second bass reviews. So if you want to check some of those out at some point, feel free. There's 4 up at the moment. An Alembic Mark King Signature Standard, an Aria SB1000, a Music Man Stingray 5-string with a Status graphite neck, and today's one was the Kabiki X Factor. There's 4. There's going to be another 26. It's a bit of an experiment to see what happens when I put a new video up on YouTube Shorts every day. Does it generate loads of activity for the channel, more subscribers, more views, more likes? Does it get the snowball sort of momentum going? Or is it just going to go along with the occasional peak and trough? I don't know. We will see. Stacey, ABBA was the soundtrack to many of our childhoods. Yeah, I agree. Jim, what's the most challenging ABBA song? Been working on one of us. Yeah, I play that with the other ABBA tribute I play with. And I love it. It's very fretlessy kind of sounding. Sounds great. Such a great bass line. Well, all the ABBA bass lines are really good. What's the most challenging ABBA song? Now, do you know what is really, it's not that it's challenging, but it catches people out because of the odd little time signatures in it, is I Have a Dream, with bass and drums in it, and obviously acoustic guitar and piano and keys, because there are slight little overhangs, like there might be an extra bar, and drummers get caught out with it, and they have to add an extra click so that everyone comes in on the right bit. Last time I was playing that with Platinum ABBA, the drummer kept forgetting to do the extra click, and by the end of like the second show in, he knew he had to do that extra click, put it that way. So it's not that it's challenging, it's just their stuff is orchestrated pop, and it is what it is. You can't deviate too far away from how those songs are written. Challenging. Well, money isn't challenging, but because a lot of the notes that are played together are very tightly compacted into certain chunks of the fingerboard, you can't get your fingering wrong. If you do, it stand out. But so that would be one, but not because it's challenging to remember or learn. It's just the fingering is very precise. All those sort of things, which to a guitarist that whittles around doing all this all night isn't a big deal, but for bass you got to get it right, and again making sure what you play tallies up with what the piano player's doing and all of that. It's great. It's lovely to play ABBA. Martin, one of my earliest musical memories was watching Eurovision the year ABBA won. I was 6. Fine vintage, Martin, a fine vintage. Is Super Trooper on the set list? Yeah, both ABBA tributes I play with do Super Trooper. Kevin, KCC Bass, good to see you. Hope you're well. Chorus of Voulez-Vous. Kev's an ABBA player as well. Chorus of Voulez-Vous. See, I don't find that, I wouldn't say it's challenging, but Groove of Knowing Me, Knowing You in the chorus. Yeah. Speed up from piano and money at the start to coming in and then being dynamic over the verse. Yeah, I've heard people do that wrong. 5-string for Super Trooper. I've always used 4 strings. The only time I use any low Ds or anything is for Gimme, Gimme, Gimme. And I use an octave pedal. I think there's one other endings. So things like Waterloo, ending of that is in D. Yeah, I'll use the octave pedal on. SOS ends on a D. So again, using the octave pedal there. Yeah, I think that's probably it actually. But I don't use a 5-string for ABBA stuff. I could do if I wanted to, but you know, those songs weren't written with 5-string bass. So again, the only real reason for doing it is like ending of a song, or so again, I'll just use an octave pedal to give me that bottom end grunt. Jim Hawkins, okay, what's your personal favourite ABBA song to play? Oh, I do like Mamma Mia. It has a real, you know, the next bit, it can only be what it is. There's like a real thread of continuity through it. the next bit has to be what it is. So I love that. Trying to think. One of Us I love playing. I always like playing Winner Takes It All, but neither of the ABBA bands that I currently perform with do it. But I have played with some ABBA bands before that have done it. I love the bass line on that. It's, yeah, really good. Really good. Personal ABBA. I mean, I should say Gimme, 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 because with Platinum ABBA, I have a little bass solo part. And actually, as a kid, I always loved Does Your Mother Know? I love the groove of it. I really like that. And that, I know when I first played in an ABBA tribute, it was like, when we got to that, because it was the first song of the encore, it was like, oh, I can't wait to play that. It's going to be great. And it always is. Kev, I dropped to low D for the second half of the vocal bridge in Money. Oh, okay. As we are on the way out. Okay. In the theatre shows, we covered Angel Eyes. Yes, another one of my favourites. But again, not every ABBA tribute plays it. So it's a shame. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a quick shout out for the merch. I have to do this, guys. I'm sorry. So, as you can see, I'm all dolled up to the nines. The merch samples have arrived. Sorry, I'm putting the cap down so you can see the logo. So, last week, merchandise samples appeared. If you want to buy any of this merchandise, between now, Tuesday, and Sunday this week, it's 20% off. Links are in the description box. There's a UK and Europe store and a US and worldwide store. Based on your location, will dictate delivery costs. So pick the site that works for you. So what do we have here? So this is a long sleeve t-shirt. I can stand up, but hold it in, Michael. Breathe. That's it. And so that's the colourful base outline with the sunset text. Standard logo for the channel. Same again on the cap. All the gear. Sorry, excuse the barnet. I've had caps on all day. The gear is just fab. Cap has an adjustable thing at the back, so you can get it as tight as you want. T-shirts are great. No tightness around the armpits or anywhere. I really love these tops. We've got the mugs. Well, there's 140 products, to be brutally honest, on every design. So the quality is great. The mugs are great. Printing is really good on everything. I'm really impressed. So I can hold that a bit closer. So there's the mug. I'll show you one of the bags, one of the cheaper bags. So everywhere's doing these kind of small bags, gym bags, carry your food in, bits and pieces while you're out. So it's got the big main colourful logo on. Printing's great, stitching's all good. The parts where the rope knots go through, I was hoping for metal reinforcers on there, but actually the hole is like double stitched, like really firmly around the hole, so it should be okay. They're good. And then another couple of tops. So what we've got here, so we've got the long sleeve baseball top with the logo on. All cool. That's a Fruit of the Loom shirt. We've got a couple of t-shirts which are Gildan. So that's got the base flame sort of logo and the white text. Again, that's Gildan. Then we've got a kind of royal bluish, light royal blue with the big logo on. And that's Gildan as well. But all the gear is like really well put together. Printing is great. Really impressed. So I'll repeat, 20% off up until Sunday and including Sunday. If you want to buy anything, or you've seen some of the things I've been talking about, or you've even had a look at the store and thought, bit pricey, can't afford it, 20% off up until Sunday. Links are in the description box below. Alternatively, there is the merch shelf underneath this video, and in fact on all the videos on the channel. Update from last week. So on last week's live chat, I said the merch shelf was up and operating, but YouTube were dragging their feet, and all I could see, and probably all you could see, were a couple of bags. I think that is still the case. Let me just check while I'm on here. earlier it was 7 bags, no t-shirts, no mugs. Yeah, 7 bags. For some reason, YouTube and Google has got its backside in a twist over my store. So really, you should have 12 products there of different stuff: t-shirts, caps, hats, bags, mugs, everything and anything. And it should rotate constantly. It's not doing it. So I've been in touch with YouTube twice. I'm now in a constant email conversation where I'm getting a reply every day. Today I got asked, what is my Google Merchants ID? I have no idea. I don't know. YouTube's never mentioned a Google Merchants ID in order to have a merch shelf. Where's that written down? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where I get it. I went into Google to find out what a Google Merchants ID, and because I have AdSense, obviously, because the channel is monetized, there it gave me my Google Merchants ID. There is nothing in YouTube's documentation for having a merch shelf that mentions a Google Merchants ID. So now I'm awaiting the next email through from YouTube to see how we're going to fix this. But it's nothing at Spreadshirt's end. It's all to do with YouTube and Google, and something somewhere just isn't correlating. As I point out to the guy, I've got items up on my shelf. So why do I need the Google Merchants ID? Why do you need to know what my Google Merchants ID is? Why aren't the rest of the products, there's 140, 150 products for each design. We're talking like 700 odd products here. Now you're showing at the moment, currently 7. I don't know how their minds work or anything. It's like talking to a brick wall. I'll just keep going until they get it sorted. But as I point out to the guy, at the moment, all my viewers are buying their merchandise direct from the links in the description box. You're not earning a penny from that because it's not on the merch shelf. So I get more money and YouTube gets nothing. So I don't know. It's just the way it is. So hopefully they'll get that fixed shortly. So I saw a load of messages flying there. Jim Hawkins, like the shirt. Thank you, sir. Glad you like it. Noodleheads. Yeah. It is like talking to robots because the messages are basically the same message every time. But we'll get there. All I can do is take it off. I can't. And if I put it back on, we just end up in the same place we were. The daft thing was, Friday night, they sent me a message saying, great success. We think we've sorted it all out. It should be all there. 20 minutes before that email arrived, I looked on that shelf. There were 23 products listing in my shop. I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, okay. 10 minutes later, they'd all gone. There were no products on my shelf. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Jim Hawkins, what base do you use for ABBA-gig? It differs. So before I was doing the bass string experiment series, which is a series here on the YouTube channel where I have my Status Empathy, which is in a gig bag outside the door. The strings on that have been on now for 32 gigs. So before that started, I used to use the Kingfisher Blue Rumour, GB Rumour. This is what I would generally use for an ABBA gig. So for the GB guitar lovers out there, you've seen this before right here on the channel. So I've got the LEDs. This was made for me in 2004 by Bernie Goodfellow. All the bells and whistles, kind of. It hasn't got all the tuner and the G-spot tuner and the rhythm thing. He hadn't done all of that when I had this made. So that was my main bass for using on ABBA gigs. Then when I've been doing the videos for the bass string experiment, I've been using the red Status Empathy. And that's still the case because obviously as many gigs as I can feature that bass in and get that series sort of run through, the better. But when I went abroad with ABBA, one of the ABBAs in September, and I went to Cyprus, I have a thing now where I don't want to take nice expensive basses abroad. I just don't want to do that. I was going to take my Ibanez ATK, which I bought that purposely to be able to take abroad. It wasn't expensive. If it got destroyed, I wouldn't be brokenhearted. If I destroyed my GB or my Status, I'd be very brokenhearted. But as it was, that bass needed to have a restring before I did the gig, and I ran out of time. and I didn't want to be restringing abroad. And I just thought, well, take something else. So it pained me to do it, but I thought, actually, do you know what? Let's take this. So I took the Betsy, and it was great. The bass collection by the Bass Centre, Guy Pratt Betsy, signature model, EMGs. So this did the gig I did in Cyprus, and it was fine, very good. Neck stayed fine, even in the heat, and yeah, no problems. Yeah, so you know, never a problem using a Jazz on an ABBA gig, but it's active pickups, so a bit more welly, a bit more top end clarity. Great bass. I've been waxing lyrical about these basses for, well, since they came out, so 2019, but they are absolutely fabulous. But I'd prefer to have them a GB or a Status because it just covers a bit more ground. But this was a fine bass, strung with 4505 rotor sound swing bass, steel round wounds. It's all out of tune. So yeah, so that's kind of what I do use and have used, and yeah, it's all good. Yeah. So there we go. Jazz bass makes sense for ABBA. Yeah. So right, done the thing for the merch. So if you're new to live chats, maybe you stumbled across this looking for a cooking channel or a channel on cats or something. This is a bass guitar channel. Okay, so we're talking bass guitars, amplifiers, speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, great bass players, bands with great bass players, albums with great bass playing on. If you've got any problems with your gear, your bass falling apart, or your amps blown up, or your pedals aren't working right, maybe you've got wireless problems, can't set up your pedal board right, connections aren't working in your rack, something like that, ask me. If I know the answer, I'm more than happy to help you. If I don't know, one of these fine people on the live chat could know the answer. So we'll get you sorted one way or the other. If you wish to make a financial contribution to the channel, you don't have to. The video is free, but if you wish to, this is the video window. Underneath the video window, if you're on the mobile app, is the live chat window. Put your insertion point in, type your comment or question, press send. As soon as I see it come up in the live chat window, I'll reply to you. Oh, don't do that. If you're on the desktop version, live chat windows that way. Exactly the same thing. Put your insertion point in, type your question, press send. It will pop up on the live chat. At the bottom of the live chat window, you'll see an emoji. Feel free to give the emoji an absolute hammering because YouTube loves that. The algorithm loves that. It means you're getting involved in the chat. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol, which is called Super Chat. That's where you are able to make a financial contribution to the channel. If you wish to do so, you don't have to. If you wish to do so, it helps to keep the channel running, keep us going. Allows me to buy all the bits and bobs. Things wear out, leads break, you know, light bulbs for the light here, which aren't standard light bulbs. They're weird looking things. Boom stands, leads, stands for the guitars, maintenance stuff for doing the workshop videos. All of that has to be paid for. So if you wish to make a financial contribution, fabulous. Thank you. I'll say thank you in advance. Underneath every video here on the channel, because we're monetized, you'll see a variety of icons. There's a thumbs up, which we love. By all means, give the video a thumbs up. There's a thumbs down. We don't like that so much, but you've got a problem with the video, let me know. We can have a chat about it. There's a share arrow, save button. Then you'll see there's a love heart with a dollar symbol. That's called Super Thanks. Works the same way. Scott M, $19.99. Thank you very much, sir. Anytime I can help you, you just let me know. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. So Super Thanks is exactly the same as Super Chat. So if you come across a creator here on YouTube, whether it's me or anyone else, if you like their content, like their videos, if you hit the Super Thanks button, you can do exactly what Scott just did. Donate $19.99 to Brooks's Base Corner. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. That's how that works. You don't have to do that with the super thanks, but it helps to keep the YouTube wheels oiled, lubricated. In the description box below this video, you will find links for the merchandising. So feel free, 20% off this week, guys. Everything. There's no limit. It's like there are no items that don't get the 20%. Everything is covered. So whether you're here in the UK, in Europe, in America, in Russia, you could be in Australia, Japan, China, it doesn't matter, Africa. It's 20% off the whole world over. So I'll say fill your boots. It's up to you. I can't make you buy the t-shirts, but they do look very snazzy. And I have to say, I'm really pleased with the quality of this stuff. It's great. So there are affiliate links for not affiliate links, what am I talking about? Links for the merchandise. So there's a UK and Europe store and a US and a worldwide store. Pick which link relates to your location and off you go. Underneath that, you'll find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. Thomann is a German huge music warehouse retailer. If you've got any items like strings, guitars, amplifiers, effects, accessories, gig bags, leads, stands, maintenance gear, pedals, you name it. The same thing applies for Amazon. I've created storefronts in Amazon, UK and Europe, and US and worldwide, and done the same thing in Thomann, full of bass related items. If you want to help the channel and you know you're going to have a bit of bass expenditure coming up, if you know what your item is, go on to whichever link suits you, go into the store, find the item, add it to your basket. If you have already got the item in your basket, please take it out, because Amazon won't pay out affiliate payments on items that you've already got in your basket. Go through with the transaction, pay for the item. Once it arrives with you, Brooks's Base Corner receives an affiliate payment. If there's an item you want and I haven't got it in stores either on Amazon or Thomann, tell me. The lovely Martin Fay from Dublin in Ireland wanted to buy an Empress compressor pedal last week. It wasn't in my Thomann store. It was the cheapest place for him to buy it. Later that night, I added it into the effects section. The following day, he was able to follow the link from the description box here on Brooks's Base Corner, went through, purchased that pedal, and the affiliate payment came through to my account. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It couldn't have been easier. I think it all worked sort of fairly smoothly, Martin. I think you'll agree. So thank you very much for that. Then underneath the affiliate links, you've got all the social media links. That's it. We're up to date. So let's have a look, see what questions and comments we've had come in. Right. Dead Pixels. Hey, I don't think you've been here on our live chat before. You're very welcome. Oh yes, I was looking for an introduction to Topiary, but bass works too. Excellent. Then you've come to the right place. Settle down, get a cup of tea, piece of cake, enjoy the fun. Thank you for appearing. Jim Hawkins, have you considered providing video lessons? I'd be a customer. With all your gigging experience, I'd love to get your perspective and insight. Jim, that's something we can do if you're interested in doing that. I don't do video lessons, or haven't done. I have taught on occasion, but I've never been like a full-time bass tutor. Because there are millions of other bass players out there doing it, and they do it really well, and they have got theory knowledge and musical education that I don't have. I'm completely self-taught. I've just had a playing career of 36 years and I've gigged extensively for 28. So what I can't teach you in theory, I can teach you in having gig skills, how to get gigs, how to learn stuff really quickly for gigs, how to have a library of playing in your head that you can call on at any point when you're trying to play. So I won't fill your head full of theory and minor mixolydian 4th, 7th with a suspended 8th. I can't do all that's not me. So if you want theory, I'm probably not your guy, but in terms of all the other bits and bobs, I can do that. So if you want to either message me via the community tab or message me via social media, Jim. And if that's something you want to do, that'd be cool. I'm up for doing that. Again, one of the reasons I haven't done it and certainly haven't provided video lessons here on YouTube is there are so many better people out there who do it and do it really well. People like Stuart Clayton, Scott's Bass Lessons, Dan Veal, just a million bass tutors. And these people, a lot of them started their YouTube channel during COVID. So it was like at that time, and I remember the day we went into lockdown, suddenly every bass player under the sun became a bass player giving lessons. And the problem was, if you were someone who had never had a lesson, didn't know what you were after, you were bombarded with options. And it becomes that race to the bottom. Who can do a lesson for the cheapest? And it's like, well, and I'm sure there were some people doing like £10 lessons, and it was like, no, I'm not going down that road. And for me, it's always been having people who want to learn. Nothing worse than giving people lessons, and from one lesson to the next, they don't learn anything. And I have taught younger people whose parents have basically paid the bill, and you get to the point, it's like they are just wasting your money. They're not doing the homework. They have no real love of music. They're just playing because they think they should, or because the parents think they should. But Jim, if it's something you want to do, if you can, the best thing to do, send me a message with what you would like to learn. What would you want in terms of lessons? What do you want to know? And from that, I can sort of develop a program, and I can send it to you and say, look, here's like 5 or 10 lessons. This is how I'd break down what you want to learn. And from that, let's get to the end of 10, see where we go. And then we'll find things that need work. And there are probably some aspects you're flying with, but that would be the way because I know a lot of tutors out there, they're just regurgitating what they learned at music school or bass school, or sometimes they're just going through the motions. They're not even thinking about you as the student. They're just thinking, I want the 30 quid at the end of the lesson. And I kind of need to get involved in what you're learning and how you're learning it in order to improve you. So if that sounds like the sort of thing you'd want, great. If it's not, then that's fine. Thank you for asking. Let's have a look. Recorded video lessons. See, this is the thing. Scott's Bass Lessons has tied the whole industry up, and no one can really outdo kind of what he does, and he does it very well. A fellow bass buzzer, Bass Buzz, right? That's the guy who does videos with orange background. I came across his forum thing, like Bass Chat, the other day, yesterday, I think. Bass Buzz. I need to get on there, obviously. Okay, I will. So Dead Pixels, what's your name? So all these handles, I never remember handles. I remember people's names. It's a bit like when I walk dogs, or when we've had 2 dogs going on dog walks. I always remember the dog's name, never remember the owner. But yeah. Well, anyway, Dead Pixels, you're very welcome. Nice to have you here. Stacey, yeah. Thomann, yeah. Martin, totally painless. Yes, it was, wasn't it? So if anyone out there watching this live chat, or maybe you're watching it after the event, if you would like to help Brooks's Bass Corner and you have some bass related purchases coming up, whether it's strings, leads, picks. Stacey bought a mic and a boom stand and an audio interface and all of that. We've got affiliate payments for those things. If there's something you guys want to buy and it's not either in my Thomann store or the Amazon store, tell me. I can add it in. You can then go and buy it. You aren't paying me directly. It's literally coming out of the retailer's profit. So that's how the affiliate payments work. Kev Seabase, cup of tea, packed lunch and a sleeping bag. If the last few chats are anything to go by, probably a few candles, I think. And I might have to invest in a sleeping cap at some point. Because the last week, I think I crawled into bed at about 1:25. So, but it was so good. Last 3 weeks, live chats have been fabulous. Jim Hawkins, you should be an instructor on Scott's Bass Lessons. Scott and I have passed each other 2 or 3 times at London bass guitar shows. And actually, the last one in 2019, I was having a chat with Barry Morehouse from the Bass Centre. We were having a beer in the restaurant next door, and Scott was like, "Hey, come and have dinner." And it was like, I would have done, but I had to get back to my hotel. I had to get changed. I needed a shower. I then needed to get to the pub where the big hang was happening. So looking back, I should have gone for dinner with Scott, but I didn't. But I've had no interaction or communication with Scott. He's a busy chap. I think you'll agree. So I don't know I'd be a good instructor because I don't have any of the theory. You know. And actually, I can, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it. If I'm wrong to say it, someone will tell me anyway. I was asked yesterday if I would consider being a guest speaker at the Southeast Bass Bash in October. I tried to talk the guy out of the idea. I said, I don't really think I can stand as an expert on anything, because most of the people on Bass Chat and at the Bass Bashes probably know far more than I do. I think his point was similar to what you just said there. With all your years of playing and experience and knowledge, some people might find that really useful. I said, well, put it to a vote. Go on Bass Chat, find out who's attending, and then ask them, would they want me to be? I'm not going to go and stand in a room full of grown men and anyone else. It might just be me and a dog and a plate of cake and a cup of coffee. I don't want to do something that's going to be a bit embarrassing from my end. But if people honestly would think that there might be something of value that I might be able to help or give them some advice, or even if it was just a case of being, look, I can do it, there's no reason you guys can't, then great. So he's going to come back to me with when they pick the date. And we'll see what happens. So who knows? I might see some of you at the Southeast Bass Bash. We will see what happens. But it's nice to be asked, I have to say. I wasn't expecting it at all. I was like, are you sure? I said, there are people there who could play me under the table. He said, yeah, but they're not the ones who gig all the time and run successful YouTube channels. I said, I don't. Not yet. We're getting there. The ball's rolling, but slowly. Now I've missed some messages there. Right. Sorry, Scott. I glossed over your question. Sorry. Right. I'm going to rewind a bit here. Here's a question. Do you use a humidifier in your studio bass room? No, I don't, Scott. And I know you asked about having the radiator in here a few weeks ago. Because we're here in the UK, humidifiers, apart from when we're in the middle of summer, aren't really that much use. Now, during the summer, we have an air conditioner in our bedroom. But that's only a fairly recent purchase in the last 2 or 3 years. So, no, I don't have a humidifier. None of my basses suffer with neck problems or wood problems or splitting or banana necks or anything. The only thing, I think I touched on this on last week's live chat, is that there are 2 periods in the year when I can be sat here in my office just working, doing nothing, but there's peace and quiet, and it'll be like a little chorus of high-pitched notes. You hear these things go ping, 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 ping. They're not all at the same time. It's not like, it's not like songs of praise or anything like that. But what it is basically the woods and the truss rods and the strings acclimatizing to changes in air pressure, humidity, temperature, all of that kind of thing. And it happens once round about March, April time, and it happens again round about October time. October, November, as we get colder and the air becomes more wet. But other than that, I don't get too many issues, and I don't have a humidifier. What I do is, for any bass that I'm going to be using, either for one gig or a run of gigs or a particular project, before I go out and even start practicing for it, I'll take that bass into my workshop and just adjust everything. If it's got a set of strings that I'm going to change before I take the bass out on the show, then I'll stick with the old strings, just wear them out. No point putting a new set of strings on, woodshedding, and then when it comes to do the gig, they're dead or on their way. And I'll just do a few adjustments, get the action right, neck relief. Most of my basses with a truss rod, they only ever need a quarter to a half turn maximum. Occasionally maybe a full turn, but that's like an extreme. Most of the time it's nothing. If it's a status with a graphite neck, no adjustments needed. Although the Stingray 5 has got a truss rod in there, but all my other statuses don't. And other than that, no, my basses are pretty well behaved, to be honest. We are in the south of the country, so we're sort of on the outskirts of London. We're not in the north, up in Scotland, where it's cold a lot of the year. Last year we had the hottest day. It was like 40, 41 degrees. That, again, an extreme. But generally, no, my basses are pretty good. If I don't, I mean, during lockdown, when we first went into lockdown, around about the June time, I took all of my basses one by one into the garage, set them all up. And none of us knew when we were going to be out again. And at one point I thought, what's the point of doing this? We might never gig again. Might have to sell all of these. And I just adjusted everything, set them all up. And I was teaching myself how to do all the setting up stuff. Because for years I'd just take them to shops and I could do basic truss rod and action, intonation, but I couldn't do some of the other stuff. And I taught myself using Dave's World of Fun Stuff. Hi, Dave. I doubt he's watching this, but love your videos. And I taught myself using my own instruments, bought all the bits and bobs. And that was that. What I should have done was filmed it all and used it on the YouTube channel. But in June 2020, I didn't know I was going to be having a YouTube channel by the end of July. That's the way it happened. So in answer to your question, Scott, no, I don't use a humidifier and don't really need one. But I do try and keep the room fairly standard temperature. In the house, generally, we've got Hive, so I can get on the heating on my phone. We try and keep the house at 18 minimum all the time. And during the evenings when it's cold, we have it around about 20, 21. We have some hamsters here, so you can't let the house go too cold or they go into hibernation and then they might perish. So generally we keep it around 18. And like I say, on cold nights during the winter, heating goes on about 6 o'clock and we'll try and keep it around 20, 21. During winter days, we might give the heating a boost for an hour now and again. And it seems to work, but the basses are all fine. My two alembics have no problems or issues. So if any of my basses were going to be problematic, it would be those. And they're not. So all's good. But thank you again for your super chat payment, Scott. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Where did we get to? Case. Oh, no, we did that. Should be an instructor on SBL. Have a word with Scott, Jim. Say to him. I know Scott follows my Instagram. I don't think he follows anything else, but it's all good. All good. Mostly learned playing Rocksmith. Don't know what that means. Martin, Josh Fosgreen. I don't know. Ah, you're telling me what Dead Pixel's name is, Josh Fosgreen. Josh, welcome. Vintage Corgi, Bass Buzz, Josh Fosgreen. Ah, right, I've got you. Right, that's the guy, Josh Fosgreen. He's got some subscribers, hasn't he? Hundreds. He's very popular. He doesn't have a huge number of videos, but my God, he gets some subscriber numbers. I suggest he's probably had a YouTube channel years ago, learned all the pitfalls and created Bass Buzz on YouTube because he's got some big numbers. Fair play. Yes, Stacey, I did. Yes, you did what? I'm late on the chat here. Yes, I did. Podcast is on my horizon. So yeah, oh right, we're talking about the gear. Yes. Podcast is on your horizon, so need the best gear. Yes, you did. Thank you for all the recommendations. My pleasure. Dead Pixels got a Harley Benton PJ bass on Thomann wish list for later. Very good. Okay. For anyone interested in Harley Benton basses, so I've got a little story for you. So we had two Marquis basses, a 4-string and a 5-string, came into Bass Guitar Magazine and Bass Player No, it would have been bass players. BGM had gone by then. Back in late summer 2021. So I was doing the reviews, and when I pulled them out the box, I thought, I think I know how these are going to sound. Little did I know. I didn't know, did I? And what do I always say? Take every bass as you find it. Because you could have 10 basses of the same bass, 10 examples of the same bass. None of them will sound the same. None of them will play the same. Took these two Marquis basses out of the boxes, and I said to my editor, oh, God. I said, I know how these are going to sound. Do we have to do it? Yes, we've got to do it. Okay, right. Little did I know, and as I later found out doing the reviews, in my mind at that point, late summer 2021, the Marquis 4-string and Marquis 5-string that were priced around £250 on Thomann were, to my mind, the very best basses you could buy at that price. Possibly the greatest value basses I have ever played in my career. Easily would have won bass gear of the year awards that we did at the magazine in 2021, although I didn't end up doing it. There are demo videos here on the channel. I'll put links in the description box for the 4-string and the 5-string. So they're soundbite demos. I haven't written or done the review videos. I wrote the magazine reviews and submitted them for publishing at the end of, no, it would have been probably February last year, 2022. They were due to be in the next issue that came out had the magazine not ended being a published magazine. They were in for the next issue. And then the rug got pulled from under our feet and the magazine stopped. So my reviews never got seen by anyone. Harley Benton have never seen those reviews. Thomann have never seen those reviews. They will be on my list of bass reviews next to go up on the channel. The Marquis basses, okay, some people might not like the styling, but if that's an indication of what Harley Benton basses are like generally, I now know that isn't the case because we had some other Harley Bentons that came in for review just before the magazine folded, and they weren't up to the caliber of the Marquis, but the Marquis basses were outstanding, are outstanding. When I last checked their price, they were around £190. I can't believe they can produce those instruments for £190. They play as well as they do, they look as good as they do, and they sound immense. So Harley Benton basses, if you're thinking of looking at some, the Marquis basses, top. I can highly recommend them. And I may end up actually buying some to do some further videos here on the channel. I realise the light makes it look like I've got Jesus coming. It's like there's a halo effect going on here. Just going to tilt this light up a bit. I thought it was my glasses. It's not. It's the light. It's like a scene out of Omen 3 when Jesus comes down. Is that better? That's better. There we go. Right, where do we get to? Dead Pixel's got a Harley Benton PJ bass on the Thomann wish list for later. Very good. If you're going to buy it through Thomann, you can help the channel. Affiliate links in the description box on every video here on the channel. I've got some Harley Benton instruments in there, but if you tell me which instrument you want to buy, I can add it in. You can buy it, we get an affiliate payment, and you help us out. Thank you. Vintage Corgi, what? You'd be a great speaker, do it. Oh, okay, that's the Southeast Bass Bash. Very good. Jim, you should put yourself out there. Maybe surprised that people want to hear what you have to say. Really? Okay. Well, they could dive into the channel. Clearly. In fact, I haven't done that tonight. We are nearly 2 hours into tonight's live chat, number 41. I haven't asked people to subscribe, hit the notification bell, or like the video. So if you're viewing and you aren't a regular attendee to the live chats or the channel, below the video you'll see a red subscribe, it says in white lettering. Feel free to hit that. There's a notification bell next to it. That will allow you to get notifications when I post up new videos, post on the community tab. And if you're enjoying the live chat, or even if you're not, you can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, whatever works for you. But we like the thumbs up more. Yeah, I've been around for years, and people know where to find me. So in terms of putting myself out there, I do. I have done for 28 years. But and the funny thing is, doing all the stuff that I did for the magazine. So I wrote for Bass Guitar Magazine from 2004 to 2020. I wrote for Bass Player from 2018 till 2022. And I actually thought that would have more, what's the word, impact when I started doing the YouTube channel. And generally it's had no impact whatsoever. No one ever really joins the dots and realizes that Mike Brooks, who wrote 750 pieces of writing for those magazines, is the same Mike Brooks that does Brooks's Bass Corner. You can only educate the people some of the time. Kev, if a pygmy postman whistles Somewhere Over the Rainbow, it's a beautiful tune. He doesn't have to be the best whistler. Bass playing is all about the song. Correct. Unless you're playing jazz, of course. Yeah, but jazz is just a collection of mistakes, isn't it? Let's be fair. That's a collection of mistakes bolted together. But there we are. Okay, Stacey, at least you know the string pinging isn't tinnitus. Well, no, I have that as well. Which is a whole plate of crazy. Absolutely. Patrick Sweeney, good evening, sir. Good to see you. Evening, Mike and everyone. 2 glasses of wine down. Excellent. Good start. Well done, my man. And an online rehearsal finished, and I'm free to join the fun. Patrick Sweeney's in the house. Fabulous. And years of playing experience means you're more than qualified to speak. Well, thank you, sir. Scott M, for the first time in 30 years of playing, I ran a humidifier during dry, cold periods here in Virginia. I swear even my speakers sounded better. It helped with the dry air. See, we don't get a lot of that. We get it perhaps when it's really cold, like when we're talking like -5, -10, -15, but we don't get that often. The last time we had it for a prolonged period probably was back in 2012, when we had a period when it was really cold. I was talking to my partner about this when we had cold spells a month or two ago, that in 2012, I remember driving to a gig in Louth up on the East Coast in Lincolnshire. And when I got there, it was -19. And all the roads on the fens had been salted. So the roads were literally just white with salt. And it was -19 when I pulled up at the hotel we were playing at. The following morning, so when I pulled up at the hotel, it was probably 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When I came out 15 hours later, so 9 a.m., 10 a.m., it was +6 degrees. So that's a turn of 25 degrees in less than 12 hours. Crazy. So, but here in London, southeast, we don't get those huge periods of dryness. During the summer, last summer was extreme. We had extreme temperature. But again, when we get that, invariably we're going to get a rainstorm at the end. The last time we had a really long period of no rain was in 2018, when we were having an extension built on the kitchen. And we were fingers crossed there wasn't going to be rain that would flood the foundations. And we got lucky. So it didn't rain from about the 10th of May through until the end of July. So we had literally 2.5, nearly 3 months of no rain, nothing. But that doesn't happen very often here in the UK. Invariably, we get a really hot spell, we're going to get thunderstorms and rain at the end of it. So yeah, we don't really get that. Dead Pixels, yeah, they surprise a lot of people for being on the cheaper side. Harley Bentons, yes. As I just said in that little monologue, was the Marquis basses were outstanding. In the same review package, there was an electroacoustic bass that was horrendous. Then about 6 weeks before the mag folded, or that we knew it was going to fold, we got some other Harley Bentons in. Can't remember the model. Yeah, I can. Unless I've thrown the review sheets away, knowing they weren't going to be featured. I have my Bass Guitar Magazine reviews folder here. Let's see. Aha! You're in luck. Top of the pile. There we are. Review sheets. 2 Harley Bentons. So we had a blue JJ 450p and a JP 450p. Yeah. So one's a PJ and one's a JJ. So which one was good and which one was bad? Right, the bad one was the PJ, the 450p natural. I wrote it had a bit of an anemic tone and delivery. Bridge pickup doesn't have much honk. Volume pot doesn't increase across the whole turn. It's got nice timbre and grain and figuring, but not a great bass. It's 185 quid. The JJ, which was nearly £20 cheaper, was outstanding. Very good value for money. Feels and sounds a lot more accomplished than the other bass. A far more accomplished performer for broader tone and much more lively than the passive bass. Is that active? It was active. Volume, balance, bass and treble. The other one was just passive. But it had Wilkinson bridge. Yeah. Roasted maple fingerboards. 6-bolt necks. Ash bodies. Yeah, so there we go. So that was those two. But the Marquis basses, as I say, the soundbite demos are already here on the channel. I just need to do the review videos. But I'm just wondering if they're a little late. But having said that, with YouTube, you can put reviews of stuff that's been out for 40 years and people watch it. So that's all good. Stacy. Patrick, you're correct. And that's not the wine talking. No, I need a few more glasses for that to be the case. Very good. Scott, has anyone here tried the new Fender ACB 50 1x15 inch 50 watt Adam Clayton signature bass combo amp? No, as in me personally, but judging on comments, the promo video is a disaster. Some people said he's out of tune. I'm not sure if he's out of tune. I think that's just the way he plays. It's a very expensive combo amp. And for did someone say it's about £2,000? Am I right? Is it 2,000? Let me just have a look here. Fender combo. Let's have a look. So it is 1,800 quid. It's a lot of money for a 50 watt bass combo. I'd want Adam Clayton stuck in the enclosure playing it for that sort of money. That's yeah, that's a lot of money. I don't think it'll be selling too many of them. Yeah. So no, Scott, is my answer. I haven't played one yet. I probably won't get to play one until I go to shops. I need to make this channel bloom rapidly. Well, not rapidly. I need to make the numbers increase in order to get sent stuff. Which is why a lot of the time here I have to buy basses, pedals, what have you. I can go and ask companies and distributors for gear. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to get it. And when you're going to get it could be any time. So this is my intention, is to make this channel build a bit. So we get the companies sending me stuff for review and demo. If anyone has tried one of these combos, please post your reply and let Scott know. Are you thinking of buying one, Scott? Martin, very tempted. You're in Ireland, of course. I just think for that amount of money, you could get a better combo and cheaper, but it's just better amplification than that. I know the Fender name and the heritage and all of that, but technology has surpassed Fender amplifiers, in my mind, my opinion. And I just think for £1,800, yeah, you could have an Aguilar rig, an AG700 or a Tone Hammer, and an SL cab for that sort of money. 2,000 euros. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, they're not cheap, Scott. Not cheap. It's a 50-watt combo for 1,800 quid. You're paying for the name and the association. And to be honest, his tone is not built around a 50-watt combo. It's built around a big rig with 15 and 18-inch cones in it. Well, I know there are valves in this combo, but it's just not. You're going to get an approximation of his tone that an amplifier would provide. Hey, Joe Goose, here we go. Been waiting for you. No, sir, I didn't play at the weekend. Joe, you always ask every week what I'm drinking. So just for you, I've got that. No, it's not broccoli water. It is good, though. It's grand. He says barely able to talk as he swallows it. No, Joe, I didn't play at the weekend. I was here filming and editing videos, actually, the whole weekend. Yeah, I was doing the YouTube shorts, the 60-second bass reviews, the new series that I've been doing. Joe, Stacy, the wine he was recommended. No, it's not. No. I've still got that bottle actually in the kitchen. That might well be cracked open this week for roast dinner. Patrick Sweeney, you're just paying for Adam Clayton's name, not much else, as with most signature things. 250 on the 50-watt combo was painful enough. Yeah. Spirulina something. That's one of the ingredients in there. Yeah. But that's not in the name of it. Creme de menthe by the pint. Absolutely. Good try. Good try. Yeah. Yes. So, the Fender TBP1 preamp, which is now pretty rare, was a wonderful sounding amp. Never played one. I couldn't even begin to quote. You know what? I've really not played through a whole load of Fender amps over the years. Various Rumbles recently. I did a review of a Rumble 2019. Before that, the Mike Dirnt range of amplification was their big thing. For quite a while, Fender put no stock in amplification through certain periods of the 2000s. Trying to get Fender bass amps was really difficult. They weren't promoting like Super Bassman and all that kind of stuff. It had gone by the by, and then they kind of went back into the let's do the historical Fender thing with bass amps, and they brought all that stuff back. Yeah, so here we are, 6 minutes past 10 here in London town in the UK. Live chat number 41. Joe Goose has now arrived as well. I don't know why I'm pointing at my monitor. I should be pointing at the camera. You're very welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're well. Hope life's treating you well. Hope your bass playing is going mightily fine. I'm Mike Brooks. This is Brooks's Bass Corner. Live chats every Tuesday from 8 p.m. here in the UK. Someone just guessed what that was. Innocent Plus Juice, Bolt from the Blue. You've guessed it. I was going to say it's Bantha Milk, but that'd be lost on so many people. You get a free t-shirt, Joe. How's about that? But you're going to have to wait for it. And I know the t-shirt you're going to get, it's not going to be one of these Brooks's Bass Corner from Spreadshirt t-shirts. It's going to be a t-shirt that is going to be part of a order that I'm going to place. I'll keep it low key for now. When they're ready and they're done, I'll let you know. But yeah, so you've won yourself a t-shirt. First answer off the bat from Joe, and he got it right. Yes, Innocent Juice, Bolt from the Blue. I think it's lime guava, apple, I think. I don't know. Whole bunch of fruit juices with spirulina, and it's great. I don't know why they call it Bolt from the Blue. It doesn't make me feel any more energized, but then coffee doesn't work for me either. So there we go. So for those who have just recently appeared, or if you've been on the live chat for a while. So yes, I now have my sample examples of the Brooks's Base Corner merchandise. That was very neatly segued, I thought. Well done, Michael. So here we have a long sleeve t-shirt with the color base outline and the sunset effect text. All of the merchandise I'm really happy with. There's no tight sort of seams, or they fit great. This is a large long sleeve t-shirt, works great. Got the cap, don't laugh at the hair. I've had caps on all day. My hair's a complete shambles. So the cap is great. It's got an adjustable thing at the back. There's a variety of caps, whole load of different t-shirts, more products on the stores than I can possibly shake a stick at. So if you want to take a look at the Brooks's Base Corner line of merchandise, go in the description box below. You'll see a UK and Europe store, and then there's a US and worldwide store. All merchandise from today until Sunday is 20% off. Everything. Absolutely everything. So whether you want to buy a t-shirt, a glass, a mug, a phone case, a mouse mat, a mug, perhaps you'd like a bag for carrying your food in when you're at gigs. Who knows? Logos and colour are plenty. Long sleeve t-shirt, cap. We've got a bunch of t-shirts here. So regular royal blue t-shirt with the logo. We've then got a black t-shirt with one of the other logos, the base flame kind of thing, made up of a bunch of different base shapes. And then we've got a baseball long sleeve top with the big colourful logo. And all of these are on the stores, so feel free. Don't think you're restricted to just these colours. You're not. Literally every t-shirt design has a bunch of different colours. So literally that comes in, I think, in 18 different colours. So if you think you look nice in a puce green or amber buff, you can have those t-shirts. You can just pick the design, pick the garment colour, order it, and it generally appears, if you're in UK or Europe, takes about a week, unless you pay for super fast delivery. I think I ordered mine on Wednesday 2 weeks ago, and it arrived last Thursday. So and all the mugs were in separate boxes within a bigger box, and everything was padded out. It was great. So all very secure, very happy with the process, no problems. And if you're going to buy merchandise, I'd like pictures with you guys either in it or holding it. You can send them to me via social media, email, post them up on the community tab, whichever works for you. But it just shows that the merchandise is getting out there. Yeah, my blue juice. That's right. But yes, Joe, you will get one of the t-shirts when I get that product printed up. I won't tell you what it is. I'll wait until it's ready. I think you'll like it. Kevin, they coupled it. So we're talking about combo amps here. They coupled it in an 800 and a 1200 watt amp, which were okay. There's a preamp comparison site. I'll try and find the link. Cool. Which compares all sorts of preamps, including all the legendary names. It's great. My original plan back in the days of Bass Guitar magazine, when it was based down in near Exeter, first couple of times I went down to the magazine offices, I thought we would have some sort of testing room for doing reviews and stuff, and there would be an array of cabinets and amps and combos and all there was nothing. And I remember saying to the editor at the time, if we're going to do this stuff properly, can we not spend a couple of £1,000 and get decent stuff in here, so when we do a review of a bass or what have you, we can run it through all the different amps and say. And it never happened. It was never going to happen. And so over time, doing all the reviews I did, I ended up amalgamating quite a lot of amplification stuff, but never all of the what's the word, there are certain standard, like an Ampeg with valves, there's SWR Redhead, you'd be looking at Fender Super Bassman. You'd probably look at Ampeg Portaflex, you know, historical amps that you should be testing stuff through. It's just never happened. Don't have all that room to do that. But it's potential over time, that something I could elaborate on here on the channel. And I would like to do some amplification reviews, but as I've said before, whether I mic up an amplifier, well, if we're not doing XLR but we're miking up speakers, that is dependent on the mic you use to mic it up. Once that recording is captured via the audio interface, not only is the audio compressed once when the video is rendered, it's then compressed again when the video gets uploaded to YouTube. So before you guys hear it, from the sound I've heard to the sound you hear, that audio has been compressed twice. You're not getting a direct representation of what was heard here. So I could review an amp and say, oh, it's this, it does this, it does that. It sounded great in the lows and tight mid-range and real hi-fi high end. But that's not what you're going to hear, because it's been compressed twice. And you're not here in the real life situation of me hearing it. So I've been trying to work out a way of making, you know, amp and speaker reviews valid. I'll otherwise it's just going to be an approximation. So, and that's fine if you fabulous people in YouTube land are happy with approximations of amps and speakers, then that's cool. But it's not as accurate as I would like it to be. Maybe that's me being a bit OCD. I don't know. But if there's a preamp comparison site, I should check that out. Stacy, guava, lime, apple, coconut water. Thank you. There we go. That's the fella. Scott M, I have to run. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for your super chat payment. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all your interaction on Instagram and what have you. Good to see you. Have a great week. See you next time. Joe Goose, have you interviewed Yolanda Charles? Yes, twice. Is she any good at bass? Yeah, she's very good at bass. I suspect you've got another question lurking behind that comment, Joe. She is very good at bass. She's a lovely lady, a very extensive career. I think her career has changed a bit since just before COVID. She was supposed to be on the Sting tour, and then Sting tour got canned because of COVID. And I saw her social media probably about a year ago, and it sounded like she had changed direction in terms of what she wanted from her career and what she was willing to do and put up with. I don't know if something happened, because she was with Squeeze as well. I suspect she left Squeeze to do Sting, and then obviously Sting didn't happen and she'd left Squeeze. But I don't know the full story or inside track. But when I've interviewed her, she's been okay. I normally get her when she's quite feisty about something or a subject, so she can be a bit fiery, but she's okay. Yeah, I don't have any issues with her at all. We did 2 interviews. We did one at the Warwick Bass Camp in 2016, and we did one at London Bass Guitar Show in 2018. I haven't seen her since then. Yeah. Martin Faith, for amp and speaker reviews, we take the YouTube audio approximation in combination with an opinion we can trust. You should be a politician, young man. Well, I can do some review. Well, I'll tell you what, when I clear the current workload, because I'm working through a list of stuff that's been backlogged for ages, once I get a clear shot, I will put up a poll on community tab and let you guys pick the amp, speaker, combo, whatever. I'll give you 4 or 5 options. You can pick which one I'm going to do. And if that video flies, then you were right. And if it dies on its backside, then I was right. And we'll see. And if it works and you like what I do and how I do it, great, I'll do some more. And I'll use the same review procedures that I did when I was doing stuff for the magazine. So I've got various things. So I'd run a whole bunch of different basses through an amp or a combo. I try all different EQ settings. I'd push the thing, check that all the connections and stuff do what they say they do. Yeah, okay, you're on. Kevin, it's about the control. If I recall, he uses Sadowski bass run flat. Okay, same strings, same bass lines. Only variable I could see is state of strings. This is something I do for those who've seen my review videos, of which I haven't done many for a while. That will be remedied very shortly. But when I was first setting up the channel, I thought, well, if I so the whole premise of this YouTube channel when I first started it was to create a library, because we didn't know if we were ever going to get back out gigging, but also you couldn't go to a shop to test anything. And in the first couple of weeks of lockdown and people started getting furlough payments and all of that, people were buying gear hand over fist. You couldn't try it before you bought it. So you were basically relying either on written reviews and opinions or what you found on YouTube and video channels. And I thought, well, if someone wants to buy an alembic and they can't play one and they can't go to a shop to test one out, how are you going to lay down $5 grand, $8 grand, 10 grand, 15 grand on a bass you've never even played? So the idea was to create a library of demos and reviews of instruments, pedals, amps. But because it's only me, it's way too much work for just one person to do. I just can't do it. I can't get through the work that quick enough. Or if I did, they'd be really sloppy. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to do reviews, and that's what I've done for the magazine, then I need to come up with a functional way of testing gear that I can repeat over and over again that makes some sense. There's no point playing a load of technical frimmicky stuff. And I've seen review videos and they're wailing away and it's like, oh, this is great. But that's just on that setting. The only way you can assess an instrument properly, really, is to state what state the strings are in. Are they new, used? Are they dead? What are they? And then you want to go through all the different permutations and configurations of tone options that you've got and pickup settings that you've got. And then from that, people can make a reasoned judgment. Now, whether they're going to watch it all, that's the deal. So if they're interested in that instrument, chances are they'll watch it. But as my first, say, 20 reviews showed, people never watch more than about a minute's worth. Of an 8-minute video, they scrap the introduction, they get straight to the demo bit, watch a minute of it, and then don't bother watching the rest. So I was producing my first bunch of videos were like 12 to 15 minutes long. People were only watching 1 minute. And I thought, the amount of time it takes to produce a video of that length, and people are only watching a minute, I'm never going to get anywhere with this channel. So I then had to kind of slim it down and make reviews 6, 7, 8 minutes long. And I thought, right, well, some people don't want the review, they just want the demo. So that's where the soundbite demos came in. So those are 4 to 6 minutes tops. Bang, bite size. You can watch that video in 5 minutes maximum, 6 minutes at a push, and you will have an idea how that bass sounds. If you then decide you want to buy it, off you go. But that was kind of how I did it. So the review videos always will say what the strings are, what state they are, and I will always show on the screen, which pickup or pickups, what the tone settings are, and then you're getting first-hand information. And that seems to work. And I've had loads of people comment on particular videos and send messages on social media to say they've actually then, from the video that I posted up, they've either then gone and bought it or decided that wasn't for them, or it might have been a pedal. I had a guy a couple of weeks ago say he watched my Aguilar Agro pedal review and he went and bought it on the strength of the review video. All the other review videos didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Mine literally you know, cut the chaff out and he got right to the point of what he wanted to know. Great. That's the whole idea. That's the premise. So, you know, this channel so far has been a work in progress, and you have to keep refining. This is why I say to anyone who wants to do a YouTube channel, don't think you've got some magic formula and produce 100 videos all the same layout and style, and this is how because you don't know, within 3 or 5 videos that format might not work whatsoever. And if people aren't going to watch, what's the point in putting up 100 videos? There you go. Joe Goose, for bass players only. Yes, didn't we? Yes, John Liebman. Yeah, we did discuss this last week. Just interviewed you. I got a thing come up in my suggested posts on Facebook that he had. Just hadn't heard much music from her. She seems to have played with a lot of named artists. Yeah, she played with Robbie Williams, Paul Weller, Squeeze. She had the Sting gig. Loads of stuff. She has done so much in her career. But she's generally been a side artist. She's always trying to do her own music. And I think other things in life and other artists' work have always got in the way. And I think now she's concentrating on doing her own thing. Joe, what's your opinion on parts guitars? Okay. Sadowski buys the body and neck from a factory and bolts it together. Does a bit of tweaking, sells it for quite a high price. Yeah. I thought Sadowski built their own bodies in the New York stuff. Are you talking about the Japanese and German and Chinese bases, or are you talking about the New York ones? I'm sure the New York ones are built there. I'm guessing you mean the cheaper variants. I don't have a problem with a parts guitar as long as it plays good and sounds good. But if the parts are cheap and the body timber's not great, then you're reliant on the pickups and the circuit. And if they're not great either, then it's not going to be a particularly great guitar. I have heard cheap put together parts guitars that sounded great because the pickups and circuit were great. And likewise, I've heard parts guitars where the pickups and circuit weren't great, but the timbre was superb. And that can make a difference. So, no, Sadowski NYC are parts guitars as well. Really? Really? Then that's changed from the way it used to be. That's not the way it used to be. Wow. Okay. I know that Roger was kind of going to take more of a back seat on, because that was the whole thinking about the stuff coming out of Warwick. He was kind of stepping, just as Stuart Spector sold on to Korg. I think Roger's of a vintage as well, where you know, life is short and other things are going to take a priority. Yeah, it's quite a popular discussion on Talkbase. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, I bet that's fun. It's always been that way, apparently. Really? I can't believe that. Can't believe that. I didn't. Well, if that's the case, then he kept that quiet. But I've never bought an American Sadowski. I nearly did buy a second-hand one back in 2009. Used to be a guy on Bass Chat called Platypus, and he had some nice gear, but he was one of these guys who would buy gear, keep it for a month or two, and then sell it on and buy something else. And he had a, oh God, I think it was a 1996 maybe, like a tobacco burst New York Sadowski. Should have another one. Should have bought it. I think he wanted like 900 quid, 950 quid. I took my T-Bass along to demo it against his place, because my T-Bass was my main jazz bass, and I had the Marcus as well. And I thought, well, I don't want to buy yet another jazz bass that just sounds the same. To be honest, with my own ears, my T-Bass was much better than the Sadowski, and so I walked away from it. Stupidly, I probably should have bought it and sold it for about $3.5 grand, but there we go. Not to worry. These things come and go. He's never disclosed where he sources the bodies and necks. Roger's a wily chap. I interviewed him and he was fine, but he got a bit. he got a bit tetchy with me when I just set the channel up and I was trying to tag Sadowski in the review of the Metro Express, I think. Anyway, there's one Sadowski review on my channel, and I tagged him in it, and he went, "Don't tag me to the Warwick stuff unless it's my American Workshop. Don't tag." And I was like, "Whoa, okay." And I said, "You do remember me? I'm the guy who writes for Bass Guitar Magazine, bass player. I interviewed you at the bass show. I don't care who you are." Okay, right. And the thing I've always found with Sadowski owners is they get so leery over nothing. They can get hyper angry over the merest bit of information. You get it wrong and they're like, whoa, it's like invoking the devil. So hence I've never done another Sadowski review here on the channel, and to be honest, I won't bother. It's like a pit of snakes going absolutely nuts, and yeah, I can't be doing with it. Sorry. But Roger's nice. When I've seen him, he's been okay, but I haven't seen him since 2015, and I probably won't. So there was a really nice Sadowski with EMG's Quilted Maple Top Natural in the Bass Centre when it was in Liverpool Street. That's highly likely. They were the UK distributors for Sadowski for a long time. Patrick, I tried a couple of Sadowski basses when I was in Oz a couple of months ago. I was underwhelmed considering the price tag. I've played some that have been outstanding, and I've played some that were just don't get what the fuss is about. So I've always kind of, as I said earlier, take each bass on its merits, which is what I do with any Sadowski I play, whether it's a cheap one, expensive one, or in the middle. Yes, Sadowski owners are a cult. Yeah. Hey, Cam Voodoo, good evening. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you're going great. Fabulous. So here we are. 2 hours, 31 minutes into live chat number 41 here on the Brooks's Bass excuse me, Brooks's Bass Corner YouTube channel. Tuesday nights, 8 p.m, London Town, UK. This is where we do live chats that in the past couple of weeks have lasted. Get it right, Mike. Get it right. Hold on. 2 seconds. I've got to get the times right. I can't get it wrong. That's what I want. Right, the past 3 weeks live chats. I blame you, Joe Goose. It's been 4 hours and 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Live chat 40 last week was 5 hours and 16 minutes and 22 seconds. It's like a war of attrition. We just sort of all grind each other down to the point we're all flagging and falling asleep. But if you're in somewhere like Australia, you'll be bright as a button. So yeah. But I hope everyone's well. If you've bought any new gear, let us know. Joe, I got put off Sadowski now that he's making them in Germany. That's been a while, actually, 2019, 2020. And as extending the range to budget models under £600, yeah, just takes away the status value from the new NYC models. Well, you could say the same thing happened with Warwick when they started doing rock bass. You could level similarly at companies like Lakeland and I guess Dingwall to a certain extent, because they have, they have their home territory factory for the expensive stuff and they get stuff made overseas. But I think any company that wants to shift stock and make money, it's a business after all, you have to do both. There isn't enough high-end purchasing to maintain these companies full whack without the cheaper end stuff as well. So I think these companies have to do a bit of both. But I do get your point, and I always said, when Warwick started doing the cheaper stuff, that's when their cachet, if you like, of being high end dropped. And the same went with amplifier companies. You know, when you've got a really good product, you build it in the UK, and you start building it in China and other places because the manufacturing cost is much lower, that's fine, but the quality of the equipment isn't going to be as good. You can't get away from it. And the attention to detail goes, yes, you'll sell more units, but you're going to have far more returns, customer loyalty, you know, all those kind of things come into play. And I think a lot of companies have suffered. WOW would be an exception to that. So despite the hand on to Paul Herman after Pete Stevens died, that company has never dropped below its high level. There was talk a long time ago that a certain UK distributor contemplated taking on the WOW brand and coming out with a budget version. I said, don't do that. I said, if you do, you won't be able to sell the high-end stuff if that's what you were taking on as well. I think the idea was they were going to deal with manufacture of a cheaper brand, but it didn't come to pass. You couldn't have a cheap WOW. I mean, I just don't see how that would work. But there we go. What do I know? Okay, Joe, you've done that one. Kev Seabase takes me back to backing Ken Dodd. You didn't back Ken Dodd. Come on. Really? He would carry on until the lights went off on the stage. I loved Ken Dodd. I really found him very, very funny. Wow. How could you back Ken Dodd and not be in fits of laughter? I wouldn't be able to play. I really wouldn't be able to play. Oh, you've gone up in my estimation, Kevin. Well done. Next, you'll be telling me you backed Les Dawson, in which case I'm immensely jealous. Can Voodoo, I was a Diddy man. Were you now? What a lovely day. What a lovely day for going round to your neighbours, sticking a cucumber through the letterbox and shouting out, the aliens are coming. Yes. And other such legendary sayings, of course. So, I need to do the big shout out thing. So we've got merchandise here now. As you can see, I'm sporting a long sleeve t-shirt and a cap with Brooks's Base Corner artwork and logos on. You can buy your own merchandise. Maybe you like a t-shirt or two, or a hoodie, or some leisure wear, socks. We aren't doing pants yet, or scarves yet. Hats, caps, beanie hats, glasses, mugs. We've got mugs. We do all that. In the description box below, you'll find links for the UK and Europe store. You'll find links for the US and worldwide store. 20% off everything across the entire planet. All the merchandise on either store. 20% off until Sunday. If you want to buy something, this week is a good excuse for doing so. After Sunday, it goes back up to regular prices. In the description box, you'll also find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. If you've got any base-related purchases going on, if you use those links, when you go through, purchase whatever you're purchasing, Brooks's Base Corner can earn an affiliate commission. It's not a huge amount, but it all goes in the melting pot that creates the bigger amount, I guess. Underneath the affiliate links, you'll find the social media links. This is the video window. If you're on the mobile app, live chat window is below us. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. Put your insertion point in, type your question or comment, press send. As soon as I see it pop up, I'll reply to it. If you're on the desktop version, it's exactly the same. Put your insertion point at the bottom of the window, type your question or comment, press send. As soon as I see it, I'll respond to it. At the bottom of the live chat window, you'll see an emoji icon. YouTube loves emojis, so feel free to give that an absolute leathering, people. Shows you're interacting in the live chat, getting involved, and YouTube and the algorithm love it. Next to that, you'll find a dollar symbol. It's called Super Chat. If you're enjoying this live chat or any of the videos here on the channel, or you enjoy what we do, feel free to hit that. Allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. You don't have to. Videos are free. But if you enjoy what we do, financially helping the channel allows me to get all the lights, the light bulbs, the mics, the baffles, the stands, the leads, products that you see reviewed, products that are used in the workshop videos, the maintenance stuff, the cloths, all the polishes, the liquids, the sprays, the mats, all of that. Underneath every video here on the channel, we're monetized. You'll see a selection of icons. There's a thumbs up, which means you enjoy the video. So if you are, please hit that. Please hit the subscribe button and the notification bell as well. There's a thumbs down, which means you're not enjoying the video. There's a share button that allows you to share the video out to social media and email and websites. There's a save button, which allows you to watch the video at a later date. You'll also see a love heart with a dollar symbol. That's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat. So if you're enjoying a particular video or the content on the channel, or you just like what we're doing here, if you hit the Super Thanks button, that allows you to make a financial donation. You don't have to, it's free. But if you wish to and help support the channel, keep this going for as long as possible. I'm looking to do it for 20 years, hopefully. Yeah, 20 years. You get less for murder. But yeah, that's the general premise. Done the big sell. Right. Let's see. Kev, I have no pride, nor should anyone who wants to be a pro muso. Correct. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Play what you are paid for in the best way you can. Yep. Good gear that works and as little ego as you can. Correct. These are lessons, people. That's exactly it. I said many, many years ago when my very busy covers band, we didn't take ourselves seriously. We just did what we did really, really well. A lot of the songs we hated. None of us particularly enjoyed what we played, but it's what people wanted. They're paying us to play it. So play it. Do as good a job as you can. I don't particularly take any great enjoyment or pride in playing Brown Eyed Girl, but it's what gets people dancing. It's what, you know, Auntie Mavis and Uncle Tom dance to at weddings. I'll play it. I'm being paid for the privilege. So I have no problem with that. Far too many musicians are too proud to go down the covers route, but it's not a question of priorities. It's what do you want to do? Do you want to make money being a musician, or do you just want to do original stuff and not earn very much money and maybe need a job to keep yourself alive? I'm quite happy just playing. So, okay, there are certain songs I'd rather not do, and in certain bands you just think, actually, that's not a good suggestion. We can't do that very well, or that's not going to work with the other material we play. Just be upfront and say that. But you know, I've spent a vast bulk of my career playing cover songs I didn't like, but I got paid very handsomely to do it. Blame Lewis, good to see you. Welcome. As Jeff Berlin says, that's the difference between a musician and an artist. Well, yeah, but there's a lot of poor artists. There's a lot of poor musicians as well. Yeah, I had this chat only a couple of days ago. I can't remember who it was with. And it basically came down to, I can't remember where was I having this chat? I'm trying to think who I was talking to. I had the same chat a couple of days ago. And it was a case of when I got to like 1999, 2000, I was doing original bands, doing covers as well. The problem was the original bands were sucking my resources. So petrol, time, turning up early for original gigs, getting home late, not being fed, getting clamped, getting tickets, parking tickets, having to share gear. And there was never any return. You were trying to build towards having a career as an original musician, but the whole record industry was changing. Record companies were changing, management, A&R, all of it was changing. And I kind of looked at it after a period of time and just thought, I'm just banging my head against the brick wall here. The bands I'm in are not going to get anywhere. The best I can hope for as I approached 30 was to be a sideman with original artists, whether they were famous or not. And I just looked at it, and as time, months, weeks, months, years went on, it was very clear that a lot of the time original artists and bands want you to be available at weekends. And my covers band was also busy at weekends. and something had to give. I couldn't do both, and I got sick of trying to juggle everything, and especially when covers gigs were paying reasonable money and original gigs I was losing money. So I just kind of looked at it and thought, you've got to make a decision here. And we just bought a house, had a mortgage, had bills to pay. It was like, well, the original band isn't going to pay for that. So, you know, maybe you're going to have to stick with the covers thing. If you can fit some original things in around that, then fair enough. And now here we are. 2023, mortgage is paid off. Got a nice standard of living. Got a nice bass collection. Done 4,000 gigs plus. Been paid to travel the world. Got to meet some great people. Met some bloody useless people as well. Made some friends in countries all over the world. So I've had a good run of it. And now trying to do a YouTube channel as well as doing gigs and all of that. And having done the mag and met idols and famous bass players and all the benefits of that, and got to know the distributors and manufacturers, and it's all good. All good. So I think I kind of made the right decision. I probably burnt some bridges in getting to play with famous bands and musicians, but you can't do everything. And I know loads of people who have done that and don't have two pennies to rub together. So it swings and roundabouts. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, blame those, you got to make a living. Exactly. And I've done all right. You know, the music industry was seriously changing as we came into the 2000s. And I've known some players who just managed to coast through the past 20 years and have had one name gig after another. But you can't guarantee on that. And if you're not in with the right people and your networking isn't, you know, if you don't know the right people, you can just batter at that door till the cows come home. You're never going to get an in. And people invariably in bands, musical directors, little cliques, you ain't going to get in. So, and I've seen it happen time and time again. And then funnily enough, I've seen those people in those situations come to me and ask for gigs when they've got no work. It's like, no, no, you know, you wouldn't speak to me when I was asking for advice or something, or, you know, can you give me a foot up here, or can you recommend a drummer for this, or they wouldn't help. And then when they've got no money coming in, it's like, oh, well, you know, you got some gigs I can have. No. Anyway, I digress. Martin, can I pick your brains on octave pedals? Yes, you can. Of course you can. I'm looking for an 80s synthy bass sound that tracks well. Think crisscross and Ultravox. I think there's a bit of octave and flanger in there. Okay, I can nail it with my HX Stomp, and I think it's the Helix Octaver model that's the weak point. Okay, there's a variety of options here. As you know, there are many octave pedals out there. A couple of years ago, so that would have been, I think that would have been that October 2019. Gary Banton, who sometimes appears here on live chats, evening Gaz, he and I put together all of our combined octave pedals. He was putting a pedal board together for his leather and lace theatre band. And we both agreed that different pedals sound different. There's very few octave pedals that sound similar to each other. And we went through a whole bunch. And the best one, to our ears, hold on. Let's see if I can do this without knocking 100 boxes over. I might be able to, or I might not. There we go. To our ears, the very best one was this. The MXR 280. And this was the small one. So it's this small. There's a bigger one, but this sound, I don't know if there's a difference in the sound. I hope not. But anyway, that was the one we found was the best to our ears. It was, tracking was the best, but tracking with octave pedals is always difficult because different basses, different strings, different EQ all has a big effect. The other one that sounded really good was a Pearl octave pedal, which I think were a brand in the 80s and 90s out of Japan. And they did like chorus, flanger, phaser, octave, compressor, EQ and stuff. And Gary had the Pearl octave pedal. It sounded really good, but I still thought this won out. So when it comes to octave pedals, I really suggest you go and try some in shops, because again, I could recommend what I think would be the best, but until you play your bass through it, you don't know if the tracking's going to be good. You don't know how that pedal's going to react to how you play, the attack, the strings, the EQ, what have you. So if you can, get to a store and audition as many octave pedals as you can, and have them in a line if possible. So run them off a daisy chain and try your settings and run each pedal individually, and then change the setting and do it all again, and change the setting, do it all again. The other option is something like a bass synth pedal. Obviously there's many of those, but something like this. You've heard me talk about this over recent weeks. There's going to be some demo and review videos of this, the Source Audio, because some of these pedals, things like the Octavius Squeezer, basically you're dealing with plugins and stuff, but you can go into every detail of this pedal via an app that you can either do on your phone or your desktop or your laptop, and that will allow you to tailor all of the octave possibilities within this device. You're going to have far more control than that, or an EBS Octabass or an Aguilar Optimizer. Again, all of these pedals sound different. The Boss OC2, industry standard for decades. To some, it's the only octave pedal to have, but it still sounds different to all the others. This will just allow, okay, it's expensive, 260 quid, but it will allow you to go into so much detail that you're probably going to find the sound you want, and you're going to be able to tailor it the way you want that to sound. So obviously you're thinking of a very specific synth-based sound there, octave synth, but you're going to have the ability to change it. So if you can find a store that's got one of these, go and try it. Whether they'll have the app, I don't know, but you might want to just download it on your phone and start playing around with it while you're in the store. The other option is just buy one, hope for the best, or buy a second-hand one, obviously. But if you buy one you don't want, or it's too complicated or not what you want, then you can sell it on. These are selling like hotcakes. Have a look on Bass Chat. There's a fairly active conversation about these most of the time. But that would be my suggestion. I want some spare time so I can get seriously involved with this pedal and the filter pedal that I just bought. I need the time to sit and do it. And at the moment I'm filming and editing videos at a rapid rate. So at the moment this has just got to wait, but it'll come. Let's see. I can't nail it. Okay, we've got that. Is this a cover on the way, Martin? Ah, right, I got it. I think Kevin, I think MXR used one of Yannick's original OC2s for that pedal. Possibly. Martin, MXR should be easily found. We'll check it out. Cool. Source Audio C4 is a lovely octave. Thank you, Cam Voodoo, for the recommendation. Martin, I haven't seen Source Audio in the stores, but we'll start looking. Yeah, they're great. So that's the C4 synth. I also bought at the same time the Spectrum filter, and this works, I think, on the same app. So I have heard people say everything you can do with this pedal you can do on the C4, possibly, but I want to take both these pedals out to do different jobs, so I don't want to be switching around with sounds too much. I want to set it and leave it on the pedal board. So that's the filter pedal. I don't know if that's got any sort of octave kind of sounds in it. It might have. I don't know. I haven't fully sort of got to grips with it yet, but I will be shortly. So both of these I intend to get out on my Uncle Funk pedal board very, very shortly. But we haven't got any Uncle Funk gigs for a while, so I've got time to play with. So it's all good. So there. The vintage, yes, Stacey, an 80s Pearl OC07, that would be it. He's running between 250 and 300 quid. Sounds about right. I think Gary bought his for about 30 notes. But he's had it some time. But he had I think I had 2 or 3. I had 4 octave pedals, so it would have been the EBS Octabass grey label, the EBS Octabass black label, the octave facility on the drop pedal, and the Aguilar Optimizer. And then Gary had OC2. I think he might have had an OC3 as well. The Pearl, the small MXR and the larger MXR. And then there is also out there, I mean, there's a million other octave pedals, but the MXR, I think it's called a sub fuzz octave. It's got a load of fuzz and stuff going on with it. Oh, there's one for sale in Bath. Wow. There we go, $250. Or £250, I guess. Yeah. So they're obviously an acquired taste. But obviously if someone wants one, they're going to pay reasonably good money. I should let Gary know, actually. Although I don't know if he actually uses it on his board. I think it went back in the box. If he's not going to use it, he might want to sell it. I know he just put a Geddy Lee Wow up at the gallery in Camden for, I think, 11,750 quid. So he'll be making a nice little penny on that. Lucky beggar. Yes. So we're coming up on 3 hours of live chat 41. If you want to beat last week's, we've got another 2.25 hours to go. Something tells me I don't think we'll be hitting those heights this week. But I'm willing to try. So everything on the channel is on the up at the moment. So subscriber numbers are up, likes are up, comments are up, views are up, viewed hours are up. Everything in the analytics is in green. It's all good. It's very positive. So thank you everyone for everything you do, watching the videos, commenting, liking, getting involved in the social media, reading the community tabs. Watching the videos is the main thing. Buying the merch. Big deal. You know, it all helps. It all helps. It's very good. So thank you very much. Without you guys, there is no channel. It would just be me producing a bunch of videos, and Lord knows there's plenty of YouTube videos where that's what people do. They produce videos they like, but it's not for anyone else's interest but the person making it. I kind of take the other approach. I'm making the stuff that hopefully it's what you guys want or find useful, whether it's advice videos, information videos, review videos. They're only my opinions, but I'd like to think that over time with the magazine, now with the channel, that some of you out there actually trust what I say about gear and guitars, amps, pedals, accessories. And I always said for years and years, until COVID hit, anything that ever came to me for review for the magazine either went out on a rehearsal, a studio date, or a gig. So if I said, sounds great at home, but rubbish on a gig, that's because it's actually been out on a gig and I've tested it. A lot of, well, I can't speak for other people at the magazine, but I know other magazines where their writers would literally, something come through the door, they'd write 90 minutes would be their review, it'd go back out the door again. They didn't test it. They might have got it out the box and looked at it a bit. But with me, everything that came here went out. So if something went disastrously wrong on a gig, I took it to rehearsal, took an amp. I mean, very often I take cabs, amps, speakers to rehearsals. If they weren't very loud or not very good, I'd say. And that's actually something I always kind of got a lot of blast back on things like Bass Chat for. Oh, well, they get paid for their reviews. I've never been paid for a review. The only time the magazine's been paid for a review is when something is called advertorial. So basically a company is paying for, well, then it's not even a review. It's, these are the features. Isn't it good? That's advertorial. There's no bias one way. It's basically positive coverage. But it would always be said, this is an advertorial. And actually, I've done 2 advertorials in my life. So during the first weeks of lockdown, there was a big Yamaha advertorial, and you only got the advertorial supplement if you were a subscriber. So if you just bought the mag at the newsagents, you wouldn't have had that extra bit. And it was a feature showcase. They weren't reviews. It was just, I was writing about the products, and this is what they do, and this is how good they sound. Great. Joe Goose, £5 super chat. Thank you very much. I will have a pint on you. Might cost more than a fiver, but that's all right. I'll put the extra in, don't you worry. And the only other advertorial, but thank you very much. I do appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. The only other advertorial I did was for in America, for Bass Player in America. And that was autumn 2019. Graphtech came out with a range of tuners that were extremely high ratio, and there was some other bits and bobs going on with them. And that was advertorial. So, and that was literally a 1-page piece. Again, it's not a review. I didn't have the products here in my hand. I couldn't review them. They were advertorial. So you talk about how they're made and what they do and what the advantages are. It's an advert, but the magazine is being paid to do that. But all other reviews, I never received a penny for any review I've ever written. And the magazine, certainly here in the UK, didn't either. Which is why back in the days of Bass Guitar magazine, I and the magazine got into trouble with Warwick over a bass review I wrote, because the bass I got sent was unplayable. Basically, they'd inlaid the bridge so far into the body. Yes, it still had 34-inch scale because I measured it, but the neck never ended. My arm was literally outstretched. You couldn't play a low F. So we said, it's brilliantly made. It sounds amazing. It's this, that, and the other, but it's just unplayable. The actual physicality required to play it means it's only going to be suitable for certain people who are tall and have long arm spans. It's just not going to work. And Warwick went absolutely nuts. But the thing was, the bass had gone with the publisher to the Birmingham Guitar Show, I think, and it had been passed around. Multiple famous bass players that attended the stand, they all said the same thing. I didn't know what they had said. The editor sent it to me for review. He said, I want to know what you think about this. I said, why? He said, well, because other people have played it and I know what they've said, so I want to get your idea on it. And what do you think? So I wrote the review, sent it. He said, no, I agree with that. I said, if it's too harsh chat, he said, no, I need it to be what you think. And when Warwick saw it, they went nuts. They didn't place an advert for 2.5 years. But that was fine. I said, if they don't like the response, don't send the thing out. What I hadn't been told was the magazine had commissioned that bass as a competition prize. I thought it was a review piece that had just been made for someone else and we'd been sent it for a review. It wasn't. The magazine had spec'd it. So I never found that out till about 4 or 5 years after the event. It was like, oh, great. Okay. So we spec'd something, we paid for it, and then we slagged it off. But anyway, so there was that. I think the worst thing I ever reviewed were a pair of Adam Black Titan basses, which were cheap and horrendous, absolutely horrendous. Again, I said it in the review. I think the last thing I had for review that was truly awful was a JHS Kinsman 30-watt combo, which was just abysmal. Should never have been allowed out, but kind of JHS thing, really. Cheap amplification, cheap price, cheap components. It was dreadful. And again, the editor said, was it really that bad? I said, yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, dreadful. But there we go. I can only be honest about it. If it's not what people want to read, or if people are too, what's the word? If they're too hurt by receiving criticism, don't put the product out for review. If it's that bad, don't do it. You can't be praised for something if it's not very good. Frankly. Stacey, it makes a difference when someone isn't beholden to a company when they give a review. Authenticity is everything. Yeah, it's kind of been my benchmark for the whole time that I wrote for the magazine. I just give an honest appraisal. If something's good, say it. Why is it good? If something's bad, what's bad about it? Why is it bad? If you can substantiate what you're saying, then it's not incorrect. If you just say something's crap or something because you don't like it, well, that's not the case, because there's going to be someone else that works for. Yeah, Martin. Yes, I have a Warwick Thomann. It's a stretch. It was a Warwick Infinity, a blue one. I thought it was 35-inch scale or more, and then I measured it with a metal ruler, and it was because the bridge, like with the Alembics, had been inlaid, two-piece bridge. They'd inlaid it so far into the body that even though it was 34-inch scale, it was huge, absolutely huge. Tom, my cousin Tom, going to call it a night. Thank you, mate. Thank you for everything the past couple of days. He bought his merch. You'll have seen pictures on the social media with my cousin Tom wearing his shirt, and now looking to become a bass player. Well done. It only took you 40 years. But welcome. If I can be any help, Tom, just message. You know that. But we'll keep you posted if I head to Ashford for that Ibanez at the weekend. Excellent. Do that. I won't be here on, is that Ashford Kent or Ashford Staines? I think it's Ashford Kent. If it's Ashford Kent, I can meet you there because I'm heading down that way. I'm in Romsey, which is down on the coast, for the Queen tribute. So keep me posted on that one. Take care. Love to your mum and dad and your brothers and sisters as well. Can Voodoo, I bought my EBS Neo Gorm 210 blind on Stu Clayton's review. I remember it well. But they are good amps. Jim Hawkins, good night. See everyone next time. Cheers, Jim. Take it easy. Message me on social media about the video lesson, bass lesson. We can, discuss that further. I think I'm up to date on the messages there. Fab. Very good. Let's just see how the short that went up this evening is doing. So, looked like it kind of stalled. Story of my life. So it flew. So literally about 50 minutes before tonight's live chat started, I uploaded episode 4 of the 60-second bass reviews here on YouTube Shorts. Some of these shorts just fly out the cannon. Some of them do nothing and then burst into life a day or two later. This one tonight was a review of a Kubicki X Factor, and it kind of flew out the cannon. Just before we came online tonight for the live chat, it started to rapidly slow down, which is what happens. These things peak and trough. And this one pretty much did that. Let's have a little look, see what happened. So it's stalled at the moment on 473. Yeah, so literally I can see on this graph, it literally came out, went boom, and then has plateaued and is a straight line for the past. So it was active for the first 45 minutes and has done nothing since. So it's now sat on the top of the grey, if you like, the territory. So there's a typical amount that a video will do, and at the moment that video is just coasting along the top. So unless it goes up, it probably isn't going to do anything else. It's kind of died, but it could fire up at any point. A couple of evenings ago, in fact Saturday, I put the first one up, the Alembic Mark King signature standard. it was just trickling along. It was doing like a couple of views every few minutes, and got to about 70 views. I went to bed. I thought, well, it might kick in. It did. It did 1,300 views overnight. So you just never know with these things. You never know what's going to fire up and what isn't. Anything can happen at any point. The joy of shorts. So yeah, here we go. So there'll be another one up tomorrow. Don't know which one tomorrow. It might be Betsy. It might be a Dingwall. Might be a GB. We will see. I will spin a bottle tomorrow and decide. We will see. So here we are. It is 11:10 here in London. I guess in East Coast of America it is 6:10, I think. 6:10 and 3:10 in the afternoon on the West Coast. So I hope you're all safe and well out there. I hope bass playing is keeping you happy. If you've got any gigs coming up, let us know on the live chat. Let us know what you're all up to. I know most of you gig, so you know, where are you playing? What's coming up? We're now going to start getting busy. Easter time, weddings kicking in, festival seasons round the corner. Roll on June. I can't wait. Got some great festivals coming up this year. Martin, we could all stream the shorts on loop while we watch the live chat. You could. There's a playlist. Click on the playlist. In fact, you can do that with anything here on the channel. All the videos are in playlists, so everything's fairly easy to find. So if you want to watch all the shorts, click on the shorts playlist, and oh god, I don't even know how many's in there. Can be quite a few, probably about 70 or 80. You can stream any videos you wish, guys. It's entirely up to you. Joe Goose, Mike, did you see the Alembic in Bass Brothers site? Yes, and I know exactly whose bass that is and what it is. So if you've got a few bobs spare, Joe, that's Mark King's old bass. That's the first Alembic. I don't know if it was made for him. So when Mark went over to Alembic from the JDs and Statuses of 87, first couple of basses he had were distillates. So I don't know if he bought them or Alembic gave them to him and said, just get on with those while we build one. That bass in Bass Brothers is his bass that he used in 87 and 88. You know it is because the pickup selector has been replaced with a brass disc. That bass then was retired once he got his Cocobolo and Maple long scales during the Staring at the Sun tour. He used them up until the point that the medium scales, Cocobolo and Quilted Maple, were made. But that one in Bass Brothers was retired once the long scales arrived. That bass was bought by John Randall from the Bass Centre in 1997. I could have bought that bass, but I didn't because the price tag was fairly hefty. I think it was about $4,000. 4.5 maybe. I've actually got an advert in Bassist back to that time and it's listed there. So that bass is John's. I'm assuming he's put it up for sale. I don't know why. I haven't asked him. I suspect he might be looking at one of those new Status concoctions. Or not. I don't know. Maybe he's got some building work at home that he needs to pay off, or a tax bill or something. I have no idea. I haven't spoken to him. But as soon as I saw that bass on there, I knew exactly whose it was. Yeah. So I won't be buying it. I don't have that sort of money to throw around at the moment. And I've got 2 Alembics. So I'm more than happy with these. It would be a lovely bass to have, but I've owned one of Mark King's old basses and I won't say I've grown out of that kind of thing, but it isn't going to make me play like him. I'm not going to stand in front of my mirror throwing shapes. And as I say, I've got 2 Alembics, so kind of, although it is a very different sounding one because it's a Series 1, whereas I've got a Signature Standard and a 20th anniversary. But when am I going to use it? You know, I don't get these 2 out as often as I'd like, so that one's going to be a bit more precious. maybe buy it as an investment, but nah, I don't need it. Got other things I want to buy. Cam Voodoo, I wish I kept my Kabiki. I bet you do. They are rapidly going up in price at the moment. Is that the Series 1 Alembic? Yes, Martin. Blonde one. Maple. But it was Mark's. I think that base is already gone. This is a Mark King signature. Haven't seen the Mark King signature. Is it on there? I'm just going to go on their website. Because I know they've been getting bases in, not putting them on the site. They've been like, because there were a load of JDs and they didn't sell them all. And then one went up in the past week or so. But they did have more than that. So I think there's quite a lot of stock that Will is keep. Alembic Mark King Standard. Well, that's the same as that, just with a quilted maple top. Has that got LEDs? I don't think it has. No, it hasn't got LEDs, has it? No. So it's basically the same as my one here. I would love that. But again, I'm not paying 5,600 quid. Not at the moment. If the channel took off and I could afford, if I was Scott Divine and I could just buy things for the channel, yeah, great. But and that is lovely. But yeah. Not for me at the moment, I'm afraid. Not for me. Yeah, the Bass Brothers, I'll hand it to Will. Knows what he's doing. He's shifting some serious stock. So good on him. I've known Will for years. Let's think. Probably going back 2015, 2016, when he was first working at Bass Direct. So yeah, known him a long time. Good lad. Good lad. Cam Voodoo, you'd love Mark's red status. Which one? The one that works or the one that doesn't? I think he's still got the pillar box red one somewhere. He certainly had it in 1991. I don't remember that going up for sale. Again, I've kind of lost track of where all his old bases have gone. I know where certain ones have gone, but what JDs did you see? I think he had a Series 3 up there on the site a couple of weeks ago, but he put a picture up on Instagram and there were like 3 or 4 JDs. And a friend of mine, Paolo, who I've referenced before, who lives in Scotland, was looking to buy a Kabiki and then he couldn't get one and he gave up. And he was after a JD. And I said to him, I sent him a link. He didn't really know of Bass Brothers. He knew of Bass Direct, didn't know of Bass Brothers. I said, mate, you need to go on Bass Brothers. They've got 3 or 4 JDs on there. You want a JD? That's where you need to go. And lo and behold, he bought one. So there was obviously some JDs because they weren't on the Bass Brothers page at the time. So, and there's also multiple Alembics that still I haven't seen on the Bass Brothers website. So clearly stuff is coming in. I know one of the things Will does is he makes sure his electronics guy and the guy who does all his teching stuff checks everything. So it could be that he's doing that before they get put on the site, which would be the reason for the delay, because my mate who bought the JD had to wait, I think 2 or 3 weeks before he could have it sent to him because this tech hadn't checked it over and hadn't done all the things he needed to do. But there we go. I digress. Cam Voodoo, the black with gold hardware Wild Geddy was a big fave of mine. Well, you can buy one exactly live kit from the Bass Gallery in Camden. In fact, let me get you a link. I know Gary only put it in there on Saturday. And he's owned it for a number of years. But it's been very well looked after. I think he's just thought it's time to cash in those chips. Too scared of using it live. If something happened to it, that's a hell of an investment. Martin, There's some great used gear available in the UK at the moment, but Brexit has messed up the used market. It certainly has. It cost me 23% minimum to import any second-hand purchase these days. See, the halcyon days, really, and had I had the foresight, would have been to buy loads of stuff in the late 90s. But also, around about 2007, 2008, when you got $2 to the pound. And I said this the other week, there was a guy on Base Chat who was buying literally brand new Music Man Stingrays in every available colour and then selling them over here for double what he paid for them. He made a very nice profit, and he usually had 4 or 5 of them up on Base Chat in any single day, and as one sold, he just put another one up. And I think he was going over there, buying them, bringing them back, and it worked very well for him. But yeah, Cam Voodoo, Christ on a bike, that's a lot. It is, isn't it? But then you've got to factor in that price includes roughly 15% plus VAT, 20% for the gallery. So for that, well, he's probably going to get about 9.5. That's kind of the going rate, certainly for a Geddy Lee. And there'll be some Rush fan out there that is desperate for that bass. It'll sell. They all do. The really expensive well that was there recently, I think it was 11.5, 6-string fretless. It sold. It's crazy, crazy times. Where people are getting this money from, I don't know. They must be buying stuff on credit cards and then paying it off, or furlough money that they saved up. But I don't know where all the money for these huge bass purchases is coming from. I haven't got it. Thankfully, all my extravagant purchases were bought quite a while ago. And this is the other thing. A place like the Gallery, Bass Direct, Bass Brothers, they are single-handedly pushing the value of my bass collection up, because I haven't done anything. I haven't changed anything since, I haven't had any work done on any of my instruments that would make them that much more expensive. But since COVID, the Alembics have doubled in price. A couple of the 20th anniversaries went up in the past 18 months, more than double what I paid for it. And now you've just seen the Bass Brothers Mark King signature standard without LEDs. That's more than double what I paid for this one. And this has got LEDs. So, yeah. And this one's got no knocks either. So, yeah. Joe Goose, the status basses don't sell as fast as the JDs because there's fewer of them. You got to remember, when Status were having rapid manufacturing, so around about the time of the King basses, JDs weren't popular. JDs were further down the line. Although in the mid-80s there were loads of JDs, but I think people got wise on the ones that were good and the ones that were bad. Martin, they're all going into cabinets in collections and Planet Rock. Yeah, not many are going to pay 10k and play them on a gig. This is my whole thing with buying vintage Fenders, is that you could buy a lovely old Jazz or a lovely Precision, but if something broke on it, you've got to replace that part. And then it's not authentic anymore, is it? You have to list it. Oh, it's got a different tuner or a different pot or a different pickup or a different bridge saddle. Your whole investment was hanging on that one part. You took it out on a gig and it got damaged. I mean, you'd just be... Besides, you can't go down the road and buy another one. Well, you probably can, but it won't be exact. And I don't know, as I get older, I've always wanted to have birth year Jazz and Precision. And as I'm getting older, I'm thinking, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not going to take them on gigs and use them. I don't do any recording really anymore. What's the point? Unless I had to do a big name tour, which ain't going to happen. It hasn't happened so far. I doubt it's going to happen now. And they insisted, oh, you got to have vintage Fenders, and then I could go and buy some. But it's too much of a headache. Really, it is. Joe Goose, JD seems to be a really good investment. Yes, because they're cheap. and they're now putting the prices up, which they really should have done 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But again, I'm not entirely convinced that JDs will appreciate like WALs have. Maybe again because there's fewer WALs than there are JDs. But when John passes away, that will be the acid test. Will those prices suddenly rocket? Don't know. We don't know. Lewis Wingrove, good to see you. Rats, I didn't get the notification. Really? Okay, click on your notification bell for the channel and see what the setting is set at. If you've got personalized, you might not have got it. You need it to say all. And also, as a note to all of you, I've booked in, it's very presumptuous of me, I've booked in 9 or 10 live chats for every Tuesday going forward. Takes us up until the end of May. Now, if anything changes, I have to cancel one, I'll let you know, but I very rarely ever gig on a Tuesday. So you can pretty much take it from me. There will be a live chat here at 8 o'clock every Tuesday. Sorry you're late. Well, I don't know where you've been. I mean, we've done 3 hours and 25 minutes, frankly. While I've got you, Lewis, merchandise, sir, it's all here. The samples are here. So, long sleeve t-shirt with logo, cap with logo, mugs. Look at that. Bags, not ball bags, those sort of bags. There we go. Yeah, all of that. There's loads more stuff. This is literally a microcosm of the amount of stuff that's on the merch stores. T-shirt with logo, baseball shirt with logo, another t-shirt with a different logo. 20% off till Sunday. Links are in the description box. So if you want to buy any merchandise, Lewis, this is a good week to do it. 20% off everything. Links for the UK and Europe store. You're in California, I think. US and worldwide store for you, sir. Loads of t-shirts, loads of different colours. If you see a design you like and think it's not in the colour I want, the colours are, you have to click on the item and then you get the colour selection palette. You can pick what colour you want. Nearly all the t-shirts have about 15 to 20 different colours, so you can pick what you want. This is like a very, very dark blue. And it's great. Love it. Fits great. Right, here we go. Can Voodoo, I'm so careful with my Strandberg on a gig. 3.5 grand is killer, but at least it lets me carry on playing with your ill health. There you go. Joe Goose, Mike, you need at least one JD to join our club. I don't. I don't. I've had one. I've rubbed that spot. I don't want to go down that road again. I don't. I just don't. I've got Alembics. I've got statuses, and the JD, that experience just left me so cold. And I know they're not all going to be as bad as that one was. I just can't be bothered. I really can't. Okay, Lewis, I'm loving my new Black Star Department 10 valve booster. Excellent. It's very potent and very clean, which is exactly what you wanted. Well done, sir. Bell is on. Who knows? The bell can be on, but what is it set to? There's 3 settings. So there's off, personalized, and all. You need all to get every notification. Dead Pixels, I'm even careful my £85 homemade P-base. Look after your gear. Exactly. Look after it, it'll look after you. If you treat it like a piece of crap, it'll fall apart on a gig. That's the deal. Lewis, got to get me one. Nice shirt. There's mate. Go on there and literally every design, so a design is the graphic, every design is on something like about 140 items. So there's like loads of t-shirts, loads of hoodies, long sleeve shirts, baseball shirts, caps, beanie hats, bucket hats, bottles, mugs, glasses. It's just tons of stuff. Find the design or logo that you want, then find the item you want it on, find the color of the garment if you're buying shirts, place your order, I get a percentage of the sales fee comes through to the channel. And when you get it, you got to take photos, send them on social media or the community tab. I need them, post them up on the social media for the channel. I'm really pleased with all the merch samples I've got. Couldn't be happier with it, to be honest. And reports I've had, sorry, burping fizzy water in there. Reports I've had is that everyone seems very happy with what they've ordered. So, job done. Joe Goose, Status still haven't updated their site. Maybe they have some more health problems. I think they're probably trying to finish off the items that they're building. But it does sound like they've had communications directly from people that want to buy these new items. And so they're dealing with them directly. I don't think those basic... I keep seeing things fly out of my mouth tonight. Sorry, I apologise. I did eat about half an hour before we started live chat, so that could be what it is. I don't think those bases are going to appear on the website. I think they're already going to be sold. I don't think mortals are going to even get close. I think there'll be collectors in the world that have basically said, I want that, and that. The rest of us won't get to see them. Cam Voodoo, I used the Zoom B6 in anger last week. Very nice indeed. I've heard very good reports about that pedal. So what are you using it for? Tell me what sounds you're trying to get out of it. Lewis, I'm a sucker for British audio stuff. I adore my tannoys. I've got Mordaunt short speakers. It's very rare my stereo ever gets fired up these days. Stacey, Lewis, the American site has nice shirt brands. Ordered today and should receive in a week. Yeah, you should. Yeah, man. Lewis, sweet. Thanks, Corgi. There you go. There you go. And the funny thing is, Stacey helped me design most of these designs, and now she's buying it. As I said to her the other day, we designed it, and now we're wearing it. How about that? But it is, I mean, the clothing is great. I cannot find fault. And they're very good. Very good. And the ordering process is so easy. It really is. I was like, wow. Martin, your P-bass is a handmade, one of a kind. Of course you take care of it. Quite right. Quite right. I mean, people see my... most of my gigging basses that come out regularly have got various little dings and knocks. The Music Man on the stand... I'll get it. Makes more sense if I've got it. So, Stingray, not mine from new. I bought this second-hand in 2007. So when I got it, it already had 2 knocks on the back. One there, and one there. And that was fine, I can live with that. Headstock had a little bit of a pounding, so it's got a couple of knocks. I can live with it, it's fine, it's going to be a gigging bass. It's a Stingray, it can take it. But I was on a gig in 2008, so I'd only had it about 6 months. And I just bent down to get something, I think it was a lead or something out of my gig case. And the drummer walked into one of his stands and it knocked forward and did that. Now you can't see that on a teal body, can you? Idiot. But there we go. You know, they all get knocks. My Status, my Red Empathy, it's got knocks. My GB Kingfisher Blue, GB King bass, yeah, that'd be good. My GB Kingfisher Blue has got a couple of knocks on it, but they're gigging basses. You can't be overly precious. The Alembics are a different thing because of their value. But again, if I know I can take them on a gig and I'm going to have loads of space on the stage, good sound, I'll take them. But that's not always the case. So you've got to be a little selective with things like that. Joe, will you order another custom-made bass again in the future? I don't think I will. I've been through that process and it's crap. I didn't enjoy it at all. to be honest, I'm happier buying secondhand. If I can't imagine that something is going to come out or a brand is going to come out that I'm really going to want. So unless a manufacturer approached me and said, look, we really like what you're doing on the channel, we'd like to build you a base and tell us what you want, then I don't mean as a freebie, but you know, we can do a discount price. If there was something I wanted to align myself to, then yeah, maybe, but I don't think it's going to happen. I'm 51 in a couple of weeks' time. So unless I become the next Scott Devine, he's getting a lot of name checks tonight. Unless I become as big as that, I can't see. It's not going to happen, is it? But I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. I've got most of the instruments I want. I'm not. There's nothing I'm particularly desperate to get my hands on. But then again, I still look at Bass Brothers. I look at Bass Direct. I look at the gallery often, and occasionally. I mean, back in November, Bass Direct had a G&L LB100. I have no need for that bass, but it looked great. It looked great. It was in a cherry sunburst. Looked great, immaculate. And I just thought, I'm doing loads of work where I'm using precisions for things. It wouldn't hurt. And I've always held G&L basses in quite high esteem, but I've never owned one. Came close on a few occasions. Nearly bought an L2000 in white, an 80s one, probably about 10 years ago on eBay. And I think it went for like 700 quid. And I was only like 10 quid off winning it. Didn't happen. It happens, you know. It's just the way it is. So no, I don't think I'll order another custom made bass, but you never know. You never know. Cam Voodoo, for now I use it for octave, tear your playhouse down, synth, EWF, let's groove. Cool. Chorus for a bit of slap and a bit of grit for since you've been gone. I've got more work to do with it yet. Okay. No offense to Scott, but I prefer this kind of thing. Well, thank you very much. Does he not do live chats? I don't know. I never look at Scott's bass lessons. I don't have the time. I don't have the time. And people think as YouTube creators, we're all looking at each other's pages. I'm not. I just don't have the time. Unless something appears in my YouTube feed before I go into the studio section. If anyone makes a video and they think, oh, Michael, watch that, don't bet on it. It's very rare. The only thing I ever watch on YouTube is if there's something I need to know, like a particular product or how to do something with the software I use. That's about it. There ain't time in the day for casual YouTube viewing. Let's see, where did I get to there? But thank you, Cam Voodoo, for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Dead Pixels, speaking of Scott, ever had much to do with overwater basses? Well, I know Chris May quite well, and I attended one of their open day things in London back in 2005, and we got a good rapport. Did a couple of reviews for the mag. Everything's fine. But since they stopped being at the London Bass Show, I haven't heard from Chris at all. I guess they're so busy making stuff. And I really like Overwaters. The only thing, it's not an issue at all. But there was a period where they would, I don't know if John East was doing their circuit for them, but whatever circuit they were doing, it was really polite, which was great. And it's why their basses appealed to the London theatre circuit, is because they were useful frequencies in a limited bandwidth, but they didn't have the glassy clarity of a GB or the thunderous bottom of a Status. And it was like, I really like what you're doing, but I kind of like these more. And I wasn't being negative. It was just, there was just something about that circuit. They just, it's applaudable that they selected the frequency limits that they wanted on their circuit, but they were just a little too polite for me, for my tastes at that time. And I've never gone down the route, to be honest. And kind of once I've got my Staces, my GBs, got my Kabiki's, got my Lembics, I've got no real need for an overwater. And Chris has never approached me about, would you be interested in a base from us? And topics never come up for discussion. So I think unless you go there armed with a credit card ready to, to have something made or buy something they've got, it's fine. I love seeing Chris. He's great fun. But no, there's nothing to lure me in, to be honest. Stacey, the designing process is wonderful when all parties involved communicate well. My one time was great and super easy. Very good. Okay. Cam Voodoo, I borrowed an L2000 G&L tribute and didn't want to give it back. Yeah, the one I was bidding on was not a tribute. In fact, I think it was just after tributes came out, maybe 5-6 years after tributes had come out. So this was an original L2000 from, I think the guy said it was like an 87 or an 88, white, matching headstock, I think, as well. It was great, old school. I should have won it, should have made a bit more effort. I was in Israel at the time, and I was running on a mobile SIM, so I didn't have the fastest connection, but there we go. Stacey, my base design process I was referring to with Marco of Marco Base, and what a base that is. Well done. Kev, you may recall a couple of months ago I got a CLF 2500 big chunks, yes, just like lobsters, and it is wonderful. Very good, very good. Lewis Wingrove, I'm now waiting for a D-Box Dual 15-band equalizer. The black box is supposed to have better components than the white box DBX. Okay, $350. August. Your neighbours are going to love you. Especially when you start kicking in that bass boost. Absolutely. Dead Pixels, yeah, they're always busy. Wanted to send my Yamaha to Chris to get set up. Workshop's only 5 minutes away, can never get it in though. I think they're just ridiculously busy. I think the whole Scott Devine Phil Mann thing has kind of kicked in for them, which is great, We like seeing bass manufacturers selling product. Joe, the overwater shape just doesn't do it for me. They used to be quite different. They've kind of fallen more into the super jazz thing in sort of last 10 years or so. Ever tried a Chris Larkin? Is that like the 7-string thing? I think it is. No, I haven't. Or at least not to my knowledge. I could have tried one maybe many years ago at the Bass Centre, just for this sheer, let's try this, see what it's like. But I can't remember. But let's be fair, I've tried a lot of basses over the years. I can't remember them all. When you were in Israel, were you on a kibitz? No, I was playing. It's a fairly regular gig. You'll see it promoted, and bands looking for members to go out on this gig often. So you're playing in Eilat, which is in the south. You're basically playing in a nightclub that's part of the best hotel in town, and you do 28 shows in a month. Generally, you don't get any days off, but if the club gets hired for a corporate event, or if they decide they've got an Israeli performer coming in, then generally you'll get the night off. So I've done trips where I've had a couple of nights off, and I've done trips where I've done every night straight through. I did 10 one-month stints with one band, and I did one month stint with another band. I haven't been back there since 2016, but I did 11 months of my life in that place. Great way to get your chops up, calluses of steel by the time you come back. But no, not in a kibbutz. Basically playing in a nightclub where everyone in the town goes to almost every night. Some nights aren't that busy. Some nights are absolutely raging. My old covers band that I was with for 17 years, as far as I'm aware, we still hold the record for the most takings over the bar over the month period by any band in there. and we made that in 2011, and as far as I'm aware, no one's ever beaten it. Yeah, it wasn't because of our looks, that's for sure. Let's see. But it was a good way to earn a few bob, put it that way. Chris Larkin made set necks, modern looking basses. I think he was Irish, but he passed last few years. Yes, I remember hearing that. Yes, because I ended up telling my editor that he'd passed away. Yes, you're right. Yeah. No, the Israel trips, I've waxed lyrical about the Israel trips on many occasions on various live chats here. Yeah, done over 300 gigs in that venue. Yeah, seen some wild and wacky things go on as well. Playing in the middle of a sandstorm as it's all blowing in with a mouth full of grit, that's entertaining. And what else? To see the whole club packed and everyone's enjoying what you're doing, they're all bouncing like that, and because they're all bouncing and jumping, the stage is bouncing, so you're all out of time with each other. It's crazy. Don't do that after you've had a few sherbets, it's not good. I've heard Israeli women don't shave their armpits and are good at arm wrestling. That's very stereotypical of you, Joe. How could you say such a thing? Couldn't comment, to be honest. A lot of the time, the Israeli women out there won't even come and talk to you. Unless you're Jewish, they won't come and talk to you. But that's not a sweeping statement. Most of them just won't. They just don't. The Israeli mindset is a particular thing. It is what it is. So you've either got to... If you're new to them, they keep you at arm's length. Once you've done a few trips, then they sort of become... This isn't the women, this is Israeli people generally. They're wary of outsiders, but once you prove that you're not a threat to them, they can be fabulous. But that's like any people in anywhere in the world, you know. What we got here? Lewis. So as I wait for some equipment, I'm thinking JHS pedal vulture and dead battery pedal. For your distortion pedals. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to achieve there, Lewis. Explain yourself. Let's see. Canvuda. I lived and played in Victoria, Australia for 3 years, and it was an experience. The distance is a big factor, I'll bet. Driving to gigs can take a long time. That wouldn't be for me, I'm afraid. I like to get to my gig, do it, I'm going home. That's that's why I live on the outskirts of London, and I can get anywhere pretty quickly from where I am located. I'm not inside, so I haven't got to get out, but I'm just nicely on the outside that if I've got to get in, I can get there quick. This is due a restring soon. It's going to get it. It's going to get a restring and a whole setup, and I've got a product to use on this fingerboard called Maple Butter. Haven't used it yet. It's meant to clean up maple waxed fingerboards really nicely. So we will see how we get on. Not that this is particularly marked, but when you move the strings out of the way, banding, this might not show on there, but I can see it. So we'll give it a bit of a clean up, bit of a spruce up. It hasn't had one since lockdown. And actually the last major string change was 2017, I think, 2017, 2018. But I don't tend to use it a hell of a lot these days. The States and the GBs do the bulk of the work. So, and then we had COVID, so we weren't out anyway. DDD Lewis, Sagging Voltage. Is that a name of a band? So if it's not, it should be. Sagging Voltage. That's excellent. Is a wonderful way to bring out a sweet spot on distortion pedals only. Okay, I'll take your word for it, mate. Sagging Voltage. How about that? Joe, what is the most you'll pay for a bass these days? Whew, I don't know. Depends what it is. Yeah, really depends what it is. If the right thing came up, I'd spend £3 grand, maybe 3.5. But other than that, unless I'm buying as a collector, so you know, if a WAL came up for 4, and I'm thinking, well, I can turn that round for 8 or 9, then fair enough. But in terms of buying it to play, or I could go down Scott Divine. Oh God, he's getting such name checks tonight. I could go down the Scott Divine route and buy basses for the channel. I did that with the Ibanez and the Lakeland. They're bought primarily to do videos and stuff here on the channel. It just turns out that the Lakeland bears a striking resemblance to a bass that John Deacon used to use. So I see no problem with me using it in the Queen tributes. So it's going to be gigging and doing videos. And it also gives me a body styling and a pickup setup that I don't have in the rest of my collection. So it's fine. Yeah, sagging voltage, quite. Dead pixels, yeah, dead battery pedals, kind of interesting. Where are we? 3 hours and 50 minutes. Still got another hour and a half, guys, to go if you want to beat last week's record, which is going to take some doing, to be honest. I'm not sure I'll last 5 hours and 16 minutes, but I'm happy to give it a go. Whether I can actually still form words at that point, I couldn't tell you. Let's see if that short's fired up again, shall we? It might have done. Or not. No, it doesn't look like it. No. It's a quiet night on the shorts front. None of the 60-second bass reviews have kicked in this evening. Let's have a little look, see what's live chat. A couple of shorts. Bass collection videos racking up its usual daily views, which is no mean feat. Yeah, that's all fine. Any comments? No, we're all good. Very good. Joe, how did Mark King get into Music Man basses? I don't know. The only thing I can assume is when they started producing demos and tracks for Guaranteed, perhaps he felt he needed a different bass tone, or maybe he'd been listening to something maybe like some Lewis Johnson, because it's Guaranteed, and the writing process for that was before Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. He wouldn't have heard that album, so that wouldn't have been a reason for him to get Stingrays. Maybe he'd always had an appreciation of Stingrays and just not gone down that route. I don't know. I'll ask him. I did speak to him last week, actually. This isn't me bigging myself up or anything. I had a chat with a few luminaries last week because I need to get their permission for something that I want to do with the merchandise. And I had to get their permission and consensus before I can go ahead and do it. Well, thankfully, most of them have replied positively. I haven't had any negative responses yet, but I'm still waiting on 2 or 3. So I had a little chat with Mark. He was good, very well. And yeah, all's good, pretty much. I didn't ask him. It wasn't an interview situation. I couldn't go, so by the way, and start asking him 101 questions. But I will ask him at some point. I don't know, I guess Guaranteed, maybe he wanted a different bass sound. Maybe he wasn't totally happy with the sound that he got for Staring at the Sun, and maybe wanted something a little more, not traditional, but with a different sound to the Alembics. I don't know, because the daft thing was he was using the Alembics on the tour for Guaranteed, but maybe for recording purposes. Maybe Wally Badarou said something. Maybe he'd worked with a band that had used some Maybe Sade's bass player had been an influence. I don't know. I'm trying to think who was big using Stingrays around that time. Nothing really comes to mind, because until Chili Peppers, Flea, and that was 91, there weren't any massive bands using Stingrays about. So I don't really know, mate, to be honest. And Stingrays with 3090 strings is another conundrum. It's like that doesn't work. It doesn't really work at all, but somehow Mark managed to make it work. But yeah, must have had that pickup knocked right down. But there we are. Lewis, example is the Black Star valve is clean and has 240 volts plate voltage. My TC electronic tube pilot is just 9 volts. It's a big difference. It will bring out more fuzz and dirt, you betcha, on the valve and distortion. Hey, that Music Man was designed by BMW. Which one? This? No. Music Man Bongo was designed by BMW. They're the ones that look like toilet seats. Can Voodoo Retroglide is so underappreciated. Retroglide the album, do you mean? Or Retroglide status? Retroglide. If you mean Retroglide the album, level 42, it's so over compressed, it's almost unlistenable. Oh, right. It's too much. Too much. Way too much. There was talk that someone did a remaster of it and took all the compression off, and it sounded a lot better, breathed a bit. But Martin Fay, Tony Levin. What about Tony Levin? Ah, yes, of course. Well, maybe Mark heard that. Yeah, I don't know if Mark's a Peter Gabriel fan. He might be. But again, you see, I'm thinking in terms of players of Mark's style. That's how it's going to sound on record. So can't say. Well, maybe he was a fan of Sledgehammer. Maybe he liked So. Because there's only 3 years between that album and the writing process for Guaranteed. So maybe you're right, Mark. I don't know. Unless you know that. Have you read that somewhere? Love the Chili Peppers, but that singer has to go. He's a rich man, Lewis. He's a rich man. Joe Goose, Guaranteed was a terrible choice of music to make at that time. Maybe just to keep Alan Holdsworth and Gary Husband happy. Wasn't that. I liked some of the songs and bass playing, but they really screwed up commercially. Problem was, musical trends had changed. And Level 42 were already on their way out after 87. Because Staring at the Sun didn't shift the units it needed to. The Americans didn't really get behind it at all. American side, the record company didn't get behind it at all. And there was talk of a bigger tour after the UK leg finished in 89. And that didn't happen. And then there was the whole divorce thing. Then Alan Murphy died. It was like, it didn't matter which way Level 42 turned in 89, 90. They couldn't win. And the material they wrote, I remember, well, it says it on Fait Accompli, every track we're going to write for the next album will be an absolute killer. Well, that's not the case, is it? Because there's some, The Ape. You're telling me you didn't have a better track than The Ape? You did, because there were B-sides that were better than that. So, yeah. But I don't know what they could have come out with, bearing in mind that album came out in 91. It was finished in 90. Well, musical trends had changed again. By the time Guaranteed came out, grunge was just about to hit. So, Level 42's musical stylings, if you like, were not what was on trend at all. And if you think about it, from like the mid 80s through to the mid 90s, nothing lasted really more than a year or two. Didn't matter. Prince fell off his perch. All the big bands suffered, really. The only band maybe that took off through that whole period would be U2. Peter Gabriel is probably my favourite artist. I will say, Can Voodoo, Peter Gabriel is the one artist I went to see live and I walked out before it finished. I was bored ugh, I wanted to say a swear word there, but I didn't want to because it might invoke the algorithm. Um, I won 3 tickets, and me and a mate went. This was in 2004, Wembley Arena, and I've never been so bored in my life at a gig. I was so bored. The sound, I couldn't make out a word that was being sung. I couldn't pick out any of Levin's bass lines. It was just a rumble city. It was all in the round, and it was just awful. Everything about it was awful, and you just couldn't follow it. And it actually got to the point, I think, after about a third way through, all the audience just sat down. No one stood up. You can't dance to Peter Gabriel stuff. Not that I'm a dancer, but no one was getting up to dance or interact. They were just sitting there watching, like they were watching a DVD at home. And that's what it felt like. And we didn't even get as far as the encore. Me and my mate just looked at each other and went, "Should we go for a pint?" I was like, "Yeah." So we did. That was the end of that. Got home early. Now, Peter Gabriel's records, love them, but I couldn't go and watch another gig of his. God, drive me insane. Lewis, God bless him. No, hey, just not my singer. No, I hear you. I like some of his stuff. I do. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, he's not one of my pedestal singers. Cam Voodoo, wow, I saw him in the O2 doing the So reunion, and the sound was. It's all right. You can keep your caps lock on, mate. I don't take offence. Joe, did you see Queen live? Not with Freddie, no. Biggest disappointment of my life. I could have ordered tickets for Kind of Magic at Wembley Stadium, and my mum wouldn't let me go because I was 14 years old, and 13 when the tickets went on sale. And she just said, "You're not going," and my parents didn't want to come, so I didn't get to go. However, I've seen Queen many times since, and I saw many things in the intervening years where Roger and Brian were on the same event, and I saw the original lineup of Smile get up and play in '92 at the Marquee, and they played a couple of numbers at the Cross Christmas Bash. Saw Brian May on his solo tour in '93 at Brixton. If you want to turn this into a Queen chat, Joe Goose, we could be here several days, but that's fine. I can talk Queen till the cows come home. Lewis Wingrove, have you heard the band Juju album title Our Mother Was a Plant? What, Linda LaPlante? Discovered it in Tools, Maynard Wine Restaurant. Okay, I'll check it out. Martin Fay, I love Peter Gabriel, but tickets for his upcoming gig in Dublin with €250 each. No, thanks. No, my other half is going to see Daryl Hall at Hammersmith in July. They were over £100 a ticket. I was like, no. I love Daryl Hall, but I wasn't paying over £100 to go to Hammersmith to see that. It's not Hall and Oates, it's Daryl's house band and various artists getting up, and I'm sure it'll be amazing and wonderful, but I wasn't paying £100 for that. No. Prices are basically loads of artists now are trying to rake in the money they lost during COVID. I've seen the huge escalation in prices, merchandise prices, VIP seating, VIP tickets, just loopy prices. And we're meant to be in a cost of living crisis here in the UK. I don't see it, because people are affording to go and buy tickets way in advance of shows, and they're spending like £400, £500, £600 on a ticket. It's like, I don't get it. But you can't put food on the table. Okay. Patrick Swing, the average chart life of a band is supposedly 2 years, so Level 42 did exceptionally well. Yeah. Anyone that gets past 10 years is actually quite unusual. Agreed. The sound was outstanding, maybe the best I've ever heard. That'd be Peter Gabriel. Cool. Okay. Liz Wingrove, the bass lines are tasty. We're talking about Peter Gabriel. Yeah. Can Voodoo, I've seen Level 42 destroyed by bad sound. Don't know if I ever have. I'm trying to remember all the gigs I've seen them. So I saw them at Wembley in '89 for Staring at the Sun, which had fantastic sound, which was really helped by the fact that all of Mark's bass cabs were on a platform above the stage, and you could see all the Trace Elliot logos. And so the bass sound you had what was coming from the PA and this really super tight trace rig. It sounded great. Saw him on that. Then saw him on the very first warm-up show at Cardiff University for the Hammersmith shows in 1990. Sound for that was great. Hammersmith on December 22nd, 1990 was good. Crystal Palace Bowl, 91. Yeah, sound was a bit patchy, maybe. Saw him at Portsmouth in 91. That was good, yeah, all good. Went to him 92, 93, 94. Saw him at Portsmouth again. That was good. Then they split, obviously. Saw Mark at Fairfield Halls in Croydon in 99. That was good. Jazz Cafe 2000. That was great. That was really good. Jazz Cafe 2001. That was good. Then I didn't see him again for a long, long time. 2014. Didn't see him for 13 years. 2014, that was Watford. Actually, that was bad sound at that gig. Saw him 2016 in Watford again. Yeah, it was bad. Then where did I see him? I saw him at Dingwalls in 2017 in Camden, and saw him again 2018 at the Albert Hall. Oh, and Oxford 2018 as well. So yeah, the Watford ones were bad. I'll give you that one. Let's have a look. Kev, see, I got my 70s P from a guy in Bristol. Originally came from Peter Gabriel's studio in Bath. I do gig it with an old rock and roll band. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Well done, Kev. Pictures. Send pictures. Joe Goose, why does John Deacon dress in jogging outfits? I think because he could. And who knows what went on in John Deacon's mind. You've got to remember, most gigs on the last couple of tours, he was sort of semi-pissed on the gigs. Behind his bass rig was a drinks bar. So basically, while he was playing songs, Ratty, his roadie, was making him drinks, which he would drink, and then he would go and fix more on the bits in the set. Like when Brian was doing a solo or whatever, he'd be behind his rig making drinks. So. But the man's a multi-millionaire. He can wear what he likes, frankly. What you and I think is irrelevant. Okay, Russell Zauner. Russell, evening, welcome. You retracted your message. I don't know what you were going to say. Lewis, you will know that you have the right album when you see the biker gang on the cover, Juju. Okay. Martin Fair, those crazy prices down to the artists or the promoters. I keep hearing that it's the promoters. Cure threw their toys out the pram, their tickets. Although it sounds like Ticketmaster, the ticketing companies are the biggest scoundrels in it all. But you know, if the artist is totally not prepared for tickets to be sold at a particular price, that's up to them to stamp their feet. And aside from the Cure, I don't see anyone else doing it. So the artists must be complicit in these high ticket prices. If they think, well, if people are going to pay, if people didn't pay it and the places didn't sell out, they would soon realise, oh shit, I can't. Oh, sorry, YouTube algorithm, I'll edit that bit out. If they realised they weren't putting bums on seats, they would have to drop the prices. Cam Voodoo, I think sometimes with live gigs, it's where you are sitting. It is totally, but it's this whole VIP package nonsense, meet and greets nonsense. You know, VIP package, and you get a little goodie bag thing, which is basically a load of old tat. And you go to meet and greets, and you're lucky if you get like 10 seconds. They literally walk past you, oh hi, and they're gone. And it's a con. It's a con. Lewis Wingrove, the two best tracks are Death by Beautiful Things and What a Bad Day is my favourite songs from Juju. Okay, mate, I will check it out. I can't do it now, obviously, we're on live chat, but I'll check it out. Joe Goose, do you rate John Illsley? Yes. Not particularly adventurous, but a typical meat and potatoes bass player. Is that all right? I think he played a while sometimes. He did in the later years. He then, from about 1990 onwards, went back to an old 60s jazz, white one. But yes, he used wells for quite a bit of the 80s. Black one and a red one. Patrick Sweeney, never a fan of the O2. No, I hate it too. Too big a shed. The sound always seems to rumble to me. Yeah, agreed. Saw Prince at Wembley Arena and the sound was spot on. The very first time I saw Prince, Love Sexy, he was in the round. It was so loud. But to be honest, even though we were kind of up and the bass speakers were in the corners of the arena, it wouldn't have mattered what the sound was like. The whole first half was such a blitzkrieg on my senses. It could have been even louder. It wouldn't have mattered. I was just totally tapped into what that guy was doing. So I do remember it took literally 2 weeks for my ears to stop ringing after the Love Sexy show. I don't know why I said my ears were ringing. I felt a need to put my finger in my ear, but sorry. Kev, I chatted to Phil Gould about his Pearl free-floating snare in a conversation about Mark King's stage volume. It was made of a single piece of bell brass. I want to know about Mark King's stage volume. Speak forth. Cam Voodoo, we do our best to cover Hall & Oates. I can go for that. The Daryl's House version with Chromeo. You mean CeeLo Green. I never Chromeo. I don't know who that is. Is that me not being down with the kids? Could be. Lewis Wingrove, took me years to appreciate Robert Smith's guitar playing. Sadly, it's going to take me decades to appreciate Robert Smith's guitar playing. I cannot stand The Cure. Never have, never will. Same as the Smiths. I can't appreciate that either. I'm sorry. Dan, The Cure are great. Keep going, Lewis. I was just focused on his singing, I guess. Each to their own. Each to their own. Kev, 42 were one of the first bands to use turbo sound PAs yet. Went from 50k of JBL to 15k of turbo. Phil said the rental was a fortune, I bet. Guildhall Pompey sounded fabulous. Yeah, I saw them there 91 and 94. It did sound great, yeah. Cam Voodoo, Prince, Rainbow Children is a big favourite of mine. Love that album. Love that album. Chromeo are a duo. It's a more laid-back version. Okay, I haven't heard that. Stacey, YouTube silenced your little expletive. Okay, saves me the job. That's why there's the delay. So what I'm saying and stuff takes 5 to 10 seconds to appear. Well, the algorithm's obviously picking up on swear words now. That's good. I will go back through this tomorrow and cut that out if it's in there. CeeLo Green version is good as well. Yeah, I agree, Pat. Lewis Wingrove, I agree with the Smith. No thanks. Excellent. By the way, I'm very aware, I've noticed this as I've got older, that sometimes when I'm on camera, it looks like I've got a huge gap between my two front teeth. I haven't, I promise you. There's no gap at all. Yet, when I smile, it looks like I've just eaten like a blackjack and there's a huge dark patch between my two front teeth. There's no gap there whatsoever. I look at myself in the mirror in the morning and go, why does it always look like I've got a huge gap? There's no gap there. I don't know. Anyway, dental work with Mike Brooks. It's a new channel I'm thinking of doing. No, it's not really. CeeLo's cello. CeeLo's version is great, but his voice is not for me. No, I get that. If you want to have a really good laugh, there's a clip of him playing at Coachella with a band and someone's, I think it's the bass player, is seriously out of tune. I think the tech tuned their bass wrong or something happened and it's the biggest car crash you've ever seen. He's not happy boy. I suggest you try and find this sometimes. It's well worth watching. I felt so sorry because she's dancing. Unless someone's got some sort of detuner going on the desk and she can't hear it in her in-ears, to her it sounds fine because she's dancing around and it's all live. A big smiling face, but she's so out, it's unbelievable. And he can't pitch, and in the end he starts swearing because he doesn't know what's wrong or who's wrong. but all he knows is it sounds totally wrong, and it is. Didn't silence it here. Ah, okay. Cam Voodoo, sorry, my typing is terrible tonight. Gout in my right hand. Sorry to hear about that, mate. Stacey, not a Cure fan, Mike. No, you know I'm not. You're just winding me up. Don't do that. Dead Pixels. Yeah, love CeeLo. Okay. Joe Goose, were Level 42 a loud band on stage? I guess they probably were once they started getting into the arenas and stuff. I don't know about the times before that, although, you know, amplification and the PAs they probably had earlier would have been a bit raw. Certainly not the polished sound they ended up with. I don't know, actually. I did ask Mark when I last interviewed him, how's the hearing? And after the inevitable, what, joke? He said, no, everything's fine. I think I remember asking him how your sort of arms and hands. He's a good 14 years older than me. I said, any injuries, any playing injuries that you've just sort of, he said, no, you just got to stay fit and trim and keep yourself prepared for when you go on the road, because that's when, you know, hands hurt, fingers hurt, and everything hurts. So, not that the show is as energetic as it used to be, where you used to run around I don't think he ever ran around the stage, but there was a lot more stage movement when you're playing a big arena because you've got a big stage to fill. But I remember the Staring at the Sun tour, the sound was just fab, which I didn't expect in Wembley Arena because I'd seen some shows there that weren't so great sounding. But the Level 42 show was really crystal clear, like really hi-fi. They had good sound men. They really did. I'll apologise. My stomach is starting to rumble. It's been a few hours since dinner, so if you hear something that's a little, that's not him, is it? It's my stomach rumbling. Martin, I hear you on the Cure, but love the bass line on the Crow. Simple, but works so well for the track. Yeah, I can't listen to the Cure. I just can't. The only exception I will make is there's a covers band I occasionally play with, and sometimes they play Friday I'm in Love. I can sort of get through that, but there's just a thing going back to my childhood that the Cure and the Smiths were the complete antithesis of the music I liked at the time, and there was no way on God's earth I could ever get into that. And even now, all those years later, I still can't get into it, and I have no appreciation for it whatsoever. That's just me with a very shut off brain, I'm afraid. Cam Voodoo, I saw Level 42 in St David's Hall in Wales, which is where I saw them, the warm-up show for Guaranteed. It was awful, however, sat somewhere totally different to Zappa Play Zappa and sounded like a CD. It's luck of the draw sometimes. It's who your sound people are, the gear. Yeah. Lewis Wingrove, that damn Juju bass grungy was the inspiration for playing the bass, plus tons of gothic bass lines. Very good. Whatever gets you playing, mate. Canvey, I used to hate the Smiths, but I love the bass line to This Charming Man. Yes, that's probably the one redeeming feature. In fact, I had to learn it last year for a function band. I spent a good few hours getting it all together, and then on the gig, we didn't play it. The drummer hadn't learnt it and just said, I'm not prepared to play a song I haven't learnt. To which my response was, well, I wish you told me at about 10 o'clock this morning, because then I wouldn't have wasted 3 hours getting it all together. But, you know, thanks very much. And I've never had to play it since. So it was 3 hours I wasted and we'll never get back. Yeah, you learned it for a band as well. There we are. So, boys and girls, 1 hour until we beat last week's record. Who's up for the fight? I can keep going. I think my eyes will just about make it. I'm going to put this back in its stand. It's heavy. See if I can pick a little novelty out of the rack for you. well, you lot have seen everything I've got pretty much. Something fairly standard, eh? Got a Marcus Jazz here with a John East retro circuit. It's got lots of pushes and pulls and things. So active, passive, preset tone, which means you can only use the pickup pan, and then that allows you to use all the circuit. Volume with a treble boost. Oh no, that's wrong. Volume and pickup pan, treble with a treble boost, bass, mid sweep, passive tone control. Works great. It's a Japanese one. I never found out what year it is, but it's got all the gubbins on it anyway. Bought second hand in 2005 for 375 quid. Then I had the circuit put in, so that brought it up to about 500. So it's great. Two little dings on it. I think there's one on the fingerboard. Where is it? Oh yeah, a little scratch on the lacquer there. There was a ding. Where is it? I don't play this often, so there is a ding on here somewhere. But anyway, it's a cracker. Where are we here? I was late. Easy for me to say. Okay. Yeah, we can do it, Lewis. We can. Grit. Okay, Joe, did you mention if you have a G&L bass? I didn't. I don't. And I nearly bought an LB100 back in November that was at Bass Direct. And by the time I got off my arse and decided I'd inquire about it, it had gone. So that's a lesson. If there's a bass you want, go and get it. Don't wait. It might not be there when you finally get around to it. I'm up for it. My wife's in Edinburgh on business. Excellent. Good. Okay. Well, let's see if we can do it, because it creates interest on the social media when I say we break the record each week. Why is Betsy growing on me? Because you want to buy one. That's why. I keep telling you, Bass Centre. Go on the website, order what you want. Can Voodoo, I had one of them, traded it in for my MTD KZ in the gallery. Okay. Not all of these are the same. Some of them are really heavy. I got a nice light one. Someone was round here once with, they had a heavy, like 2007 model. I think this might be like 2003, 2002. This was like half the weight and sounded a whole lot better. Normally I'd say weight would make something sound better. There was something about their, well, they didn't have the Johnny circuit in. They had the standard Fender Marcus circuit. This sounded far better. Okay. Oh, it's a Fender made with love. Never mind. The only thing about this is there's some big old gaps around the neck pocket, but this is what it is. It didn't cost me a hell of a lot. I've used it on a number of gigs, quite a lot recording. This was actually, I had to buy this because if you see the bass collection video, I had to buy it in the end for, well actually no, I managed to get through that recording. So I had an T bass and the guy kept saying, but it's not a Fender, it's not a Fender, it's not a Fender. Did that recording, got away from there and thought, you better buy a Fender. So I just kept my eyes open for a second-hand one of these at the time, and then this came up. Yeah. The Betsy isn't pink, Lewis. It's burgundy mist. It's the official colour. 1964 jazz colour. Joe Goose, there's not many bassists that play G&Ls. No, they have quite chunky necks, and I think, I don't know what the deal is, why people don't use them, but they do just tend to go to Stingrays. I think it's just the marketing. Marketing of G&L is usually pretty slack. They're not in your face. You don't see lots of adverts, and they don't always have consistent distribution. I think that might be an issue. You don't see lots of them in shops. I think stores have to order them in. They don't have like a distributor coming round sending them stuff or what have you. But there you go. If people can't see them, can't play them, they don't buy them, generally. Unless there's a big name using them. Ooh. Okay, rapid fire, don't think. Martin, rapid fire, don't think. Jazz, P or PJ? I don't know what you're referring to there, mate. I used to get feedback with my Marcus bass. Why? Sound like you might have a microphonic pickup. Well, you haven't got it anymore, so yeah. Joe Goose, how do T basses compare to a Fender? Chalk and cheese, mate. Chalk and cheese. Depends what T bass you're talking about. Whether you're talking one of the graphite neck ones where it's going to be radically a different tone. My one is one of the original 15 that were made for the Trace Elliott anniversary in '95. It is it's everything a super jazz should be, and actually I found it blew many a Sadowski out of the water. And in fact, all the wooden T basses you should get a fairly substantial super jazz tone out of. They're high powered. They're really good. Really good. You could buy a T bass, turn up to any gig, and it will do you proud. You wouldn't lose a gig for having a T bass, put it that way. And they're really loud. Really loud. I think it's actually probably the loudest bass I've got. Just extremely loud and brutal. Amazing slap tone, great fingerstyle sound. Let's have a look here. Lewis, Burgundy Mist. Okay, yeah, it's an official colour. It was a limited colour as well. Joe Goose, the bassist from Skunk Anansie played a G&L. Yeah, Cass Lewis. He's pretty much made a career aside from playing the Pink Warwick with Terence Trent D'Arby, the Pink Warwick Thumb. He's basically been known for playing Music Man and G&L his whole career. I don't think I've ever seen him with a different brand of bass other than the Warwick. Lewis, what bone nut is on Betsy's Graphtec? It is, no, I think it's just a plastic nut. Hold on, let me have a look on the bass center page. I think it's just plastic. Let's have a little look, shall we? Well, see, if you were quick to it, Lewis, you would have been able to buy a second-hand or B-stock Betsy for a much reduced price. £412 it would have cost. It's gone, sold. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a little look, shall we? Betsy bass, see what the nut is. Spec. Here we go. And then we'll find it doesn't tell us. No, it gives you all the measurements. It doesn't tell us what the nut is. I think it's just plastic. I don't think there's any. No, there's nothing there, mate. Well, they've included my review on their website. How's about that? Notoriety at last. Okay, let's see, where are we? Liz Wingrove, is she passive? No, Betsy is passive, but with active EMG pickups. So it's still volume, tone. Just gives it more power, more heft, and a bit more clarity. Okay. Martin, Joe Goose bass, Richard Lewis, he's a monster player. Okay. Did I miss something? I think I missed something in the chat. Martin, are you replying to Joe regarding Skunk Anansi? It's Cass Lewis. Unless Richard is his real name and Cass is his nickname. It's Cass Lewis. He is a monster player. You're quite right. Get the Betsy. Yes, you're right, Stacey. Okay, Can Voodoo. I tried a T-bass in the Bass Centre in Birmingham. Very nice. I had a Seafoam Green one as well. Sold it, moved it on to put the deposit down on my GB, my Kingfisher Blue. Patrick Sweeney, do you think musicianship is less appreciated these days? Yes, I've thought that for the past 30 years, frankly. When you see how musicians are treated in Europe, especially around like like south of France, Italy, musicians are royalty. You get really well looked after. Come back to England, no one gives a damn because music's pretty much free all the time, and entertainment generally is free, so people don't put any value on it. I've always thought that. When I go to Europe for whether it's covers gigs, original gigs, name artist gigs, I get treated really well. When I come back here, well, Kev will, if Kev's still on, Kev will tell you that as well. As soon as you come back to England, you might as well become a bin man or postman. People just don't care. Betsy did that one. I look out at audiences and no one seems to know what one of us is doing what. No, there's no education. There's no music on TV. You know, we don't have Top of the Pops and all that kind of thing. Kids now don't grow up listening to music. Music is part of the background. There's no importance placed on it. No value. Can Voodoo, I've seen Cash using those weird aluminium basses. That's a more recent thing, but again, still, it's Music Man's style and pickup thing going on. Joe Goose, how much do you want for your T-bass? Cost you a lot of money, mate, because it's number 11 of 15. So I don't know. I've not even looked in the prices for a long time because they're so rare. Well, let me get it for you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Can't remember which are. So the story, as it is on the bass collection video, is fairly simple. So a guy advertised it in on Loot in 2002. So I had a Seafoam Green one with a rosewood board, but I really wanted one with a maple board. Well into maple fingerboards at the time, and he advertised green. And I had a Seafoam Green, so I assumed it was going to be a Seafoam Green with a maple board. Great, exactly what I wanted. So green Trace Elliott T-bass, maple neck. Great, winner. Not a lot of information. And the price. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll have that. So I went and met him. He pulled this out of the bag. As soon as I saw it, I knew exactly what it was. It's one of the first 11. So there were 11 4s, 11 5s to commemorate Trace Elliott's 15th birthday in 1995. So scratch plate's not the original. The original's in a padded jiffy bag on my shelf. It's the same as that. The problem is, as you'll see, it buckles. And the scratch plate buckled. And it was all over the shop. Big gaps and bends. And how he managed to get it in that state within 7 years, I've no idea. I don't know how he got it. he was selling it because he wanted to have LEDs put into a Warwick, and he was using the sale of this to fund that. I don't know how he got it, because these basses only went to Trace Elliott's favourite distributors and artists. So how this kid got there, I think this must have been stolen or something. But anyway, I've never had a knock at the door from the police. And I thought, well, I'm having it. But the problem was, he hadn't looked after it, or the person before, I think he hadn't looked after it. But anyway, the neck was all gouged to buggery. He'd worn thumb rings, and he got a black pen, and you see you've got a line there where because it's got the 3D headstock. He's taken a black pen and drawn a line up it. Bloody idiot. And I mean, why'd you do that? The headstock's been all kind of banged. Had a fag burn. Yeah. And there's all sorts of scratches and dings, and there's a couple on the back. And, it's not perfect, it's not immaculate, but it sounds amazing. It is just superb. And for a long period, let me think. So I bought this about 6 weeks before I bought the Empathy and the Status 2000, and I was trying to make them my main basses. Couldn't really get on with either of them for the covers stuff I was doing, and so I ended up using this bass after it had the neck sorted, and it had a microphonic pickup. Pickup went microphonic in 7 years. Don't know what that guy was doing. Anyway, had a new pickup, sorted the neck out, tied it up a fair bit, and and just so you know, there, 1991, 11th anniversary. That's how you know. And once it came back and it was all sorted out, actually for ages I took the pick guard off. I just had it as a clean fronted bass, and that's where you saw the dummy coil to stop the bass buzzing. There's a third dummy coil, like what Alembic do with the 2 pickups and a dummy coil. There's a third coil under there, and I use this on all my covers gigs with Cover Story for, well, this came back, so that would have been December 2002. Probably used it for about 18 months as my main gig in bass. It's just so loud, which was great in a 3 and 4 piece function band, pub band. And yeah, it's a T-bass, man. I've even got a link for a demo. Hold on, Joe. I'll send you it, mate. Oh, helps if you're on there, Mike. There we go. That's the fella. There you go, mate. You can have a listen to it. Yeah, how much do I want from a T-bass? I don't know, make me an offer, but it's not going anywhere. I honestly don't know what I've never seen another 4 of the original 11 go up. I've seen a 5. That was a long time ago. It's got to be like 2003, 2004. And the 5, I think, was about 1750. But that was nearly 20 years ago. This is going to be worth a bit more than that now. Can we do Patrick? Yes, Patrick, not always, but most of the time. Lewis, well, technically Graphtec is plastic. Well, I can tell you what, Betsy's fabulous, so buy with confidence, Lewis, buy with confidence. Listen, I don't mind modifications on a Betsy. She will get Bartolini pickups. I have a feeling you might keep the EMGs in there. Truly, they're just fab. Kevin, I do agree completely. Very good. Martin Fay, my earlier comment, Richard Lewis, Cassie's real name. Thank you very much. Super stuff. Joe Goose, are the wooden Status T bases any good? Yes. And so this was a non-production model, obviously. Once these created a huge stir in the market. Status then produced a load of T bases. Those bases are fabulous. Not the same as this though. This is far more rounded on the body curves. The Status one is a little more hefty, a little more blocky. This one's quite sort of thin and rounded. The regular Status ones weren't. And then that model got sort of put to bed, and then they resurrected it in 2009, I think, when they started releasing T bases with graphite necks. Why it took Mark King until 2017, well, that was Gizmodrome's effect. And also, I don't think they could have taken the King base any further. It had done everything that they could possibly do with it. So T base was the next thing to promote Status, I guess. And it kind of fitted in because he'd used the jazz bass on a load of the Gizmodrome stuff. So it's kind of what happened there. But yeah, have a listen to that demo. It's actually a review video, I think. Joe, and you can hear what they sound like. Guy Pratt used a T bass with Power Station. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. That's me. Cam Voodoo, that sounds nice. Yeah, it's very nice. Dead Pixels, swap for my one-off homemade P bass. Now you're all right, mate. Thanks for asking, though. Lewis, right? That's good. I got to the end of those comments. Well, we've got less than 40 minutes to go, and we break the record. I think we're in for the long haul game. Excellent. Right, let's just see if the old shorts have kicked in again. That's not a medical complaint, by the way, the old shorts. Let's see. The joys of YouTube analytics. Oh, something's kicked in. That was yesterday's one. It's just, I could try and show you. I can try. Just bear with me a moment. I've got to undo that clamp so I can take you. I'll show you what's gone on. So this is YouTube Shorts. So I'll show you a little bit. I don't want you to see the mess that's on my desk, but there. So that's basically happened in the last 40 minutes. I presume you can see that. So it's just had a flash of like 225 views of that one video in 40 minutes. That's what can happen with shorts. Base is sliding off my lap. That's not a good sign, is it? Right, let's get that in there. There we go. So yeah, that's what can happen. So that's so if that thing keeps going, it's probably going to overtake my shorts record, which I think stands at it's around 1,500 views. Let's think. That's, did I do? Oh, that was on my phone. I can't do it. So on the desktop version, shorts and long form are mixed together. But even if I search on number of views, I've got to go wading through. Oh, actually, it might not be so far. Yes, my most viewed short was an Alembic Mark King Signature Standard trailer for the bass review, which I still haven't done. Did the demo, but never got around to doing the review video yet, which sits at 1,512. So if that Stingray 60-second bass review from yesterday keeps going the way it's going, it's going to overtake that. So we'll see. That's the way it works. So, see if any of you have. I can do real-time statistics check here on the merch. None from UK and Europe. Clearly, I'm not selling it hard enough. And in America, oh, someone has bought something. Someone has bought something. and it can tell. Oh no, I see. Right, okay. No, that's not to do with the live chat. That's just to tell that the promotion is on. Yeah. So someone in America has bought something while we've been on here. Excellent. Thank you very much. If you're watching, I do appreciate it. Just checking that. Yes, merch shelf still stuck at where it was. Don't know what's going on with that. What a shambles. Anyway, they pick Well's worth a try. Don't get if you don't ask. Correct, and that's a very good policy to live your life by. Martin Fate, I've got a 6:30 a.m. start tomorrow that I'll need a shot of Bolt from the Blue myself to keep going. You do that. Fizzy water as well. Helps with that. Come on, guys, we can do it. Yes, we can. Joe Goose, you work in the city. Oh, that's out of tune. Oh, hello. Whoa. Haven't used this spinner gig bag for too long. Woo! Yep, it's all kind of back in tune. It is now, anyway. It wasn't then. Where are we? Today, right? Cambu, does Stacey Ann play bass? Yes, she does. Stacey Ann does play bass, and she cuts hair, and she works as a beautician, self-employed beautician, and does graphics work for me. She's all right. She's got like a 5-hour buffer, so we're sort of clinging onto the railings of life as it approaches 1 a.m. For her, it's like just coming up at 8 o'clock in the evening. Mike Fay, cold shower, face pressed against the train window. Only 2 days of hell, mate. I'm lucky I work from home now, but that was me last year. See, I've worked from home for the best part of since I graduated from university. I've been self-employed the whole time. 2 little periods of work where I worked on tech support and then in IT at the BBC, but tech support for a software company. But other than that, it's all been self-employed at home. Yeah, she's multi-talented. You do play bass for fun, appreciate all bass funkiness. Quite right too. I need a haircut, but the beauty aspect, well, that's shit. Yeah, also, I don't think you'll get in the car and get the North Carolina Cam Voodoo, because that's where she is, so good luck with that one. You'll need to get on the plane. You'll be going via Heathrow. It's getting to that time of year. You've got to start getting the finger speed back up. It's all well and good having these gaps between gigs, which I've never been used to. I've been very lucky throughout my career that up until COVID, I was fairly consistent with, you know, about 150 or more gigs a year. I now have these big breaks between periods of gigging, and the old right hand finger speed, cool. You don't half notice it, and you get on a gig and you suddenly try and do something that you'd normally go diddle-it, fingers don't work, you get half the notes. So I'm adamant that before we get to start of June, I'm back up to speed in every respect. So there's going to be some I'm going to have to do some not Groundhog Day, what's the word, when you boot camp precision 4505s wood shedding. There's going to be a bit of that. There's going to be a lot of running of the Uncle Funk set at with big fat strings on and a big chunky neck. and that'll get everything sorted out. That usually works. Actually, you can take that from me as one of my base tips. If you've got something or you've not played for a while, you've got to get back up to speed. Heavy strings, thick neck, raise the action a bit. Good for the fingers, good for the hands, wrists, and the forearm. Because as I'm getting older, I don't know any of you who are roughly my age, I'm starting to get like twingy pains in my forearm. Just not gigging often enough, but also it's the flexibility, the strain kind of thing. You don't want strains, certainly don't. So, you know, precision with my Mike Dirnt is my main practice base in that respect, because it's fat neck, big strings, high action. That'll get you in there. Martin Fay, North Carolina is worth the trip. I wouldn't know, I've never been. Been to the States once, went to New York for the magazine. Back in 2014, we interviewed Stuart Spector and the guys from Aguilar. I haven't been back since, haven't had a chance. Contemplating maybe doing a trip over to New York. Well, this year would be lovely, but it probably won't happen. Maybe next year. Do a load of video recording for the channel. So go and see the guys that are left at Spectre and Aguilar. Maybe try and catch up with Roger Sadowski. Federa guys, Larry Hartkey. There's a whole bunch of other bass stuff to do over there in New York. But we'll see. We'll see. Try and tie it in around going to see some good gigs. Might try and go when Young Gun Silver Fox are next out there. Which would make the trip worthwhile. So I'll wait and see when they next announce their next American jaunt. And try and tie in one of their gigs, maybe a Billy Joel gig at Madison Square Garden. See who else is about. See if Toto are around. Any of the other bands I like. We will see. Joe Goose, stop showing off. What, when I'm doing the frimmicking or the warming up bit? I don't know. Which bit? Which bit, Joe? Which bit's the showing off? Kev, maybe... Oh, thumb harmonics. Pinched harmonics, you mean? I just do that as a matter. That's not showing off. I do that all the time. If I've got a bass on when we're doing sound check, I'll have to turn the volume off because I will just be sat there going like this all the time. Because every bass is different, where you find that real screamer. You got. Sometimes I'll do it on a gig. I've done it, but it's consistency. And every bass is different. Where you find that you there. Doesn't sound so good on the lower strings. But no, that's not showing off, mate. That's just a technique that I wish I could employ more often, but rarely ever get to. Let's have a look. Maybe it's an Adrian era thing. EMGs. I have an A bass jazz, very nice. A friend of mine played one of those, the Daryl Jones model with EMGs, and love the sound. I do have Barts on my 5-string say, okay, with the Shack Pre, and that's nice, of course, goes without saying. But those EMGs hiding. Birdland harmonics. I kind of, yeah, that's what it is. I kind of got my use of it from Billy Sheehan more than anything. And there's not many times you can use it, but I have been in rock bands and stuff where there's been like a little down section, bass kind of drops out, and you can just drop one of these little in. And actually, there was one I used to do where, or if someone says something that's funny, or some like a bit of banter going on stage, and the punters can hear it, drop in, bend it, hit it, and then drop it. That's sad. Sad sounding. Did a motorcycle road trip along the coast through South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Loved it. Excellent. Kev. Hi-fi. Predicted text. Oh, hi-fi. Yeah, great. Got you. Joe. Same night, guys. My partner's nagging me to go to bed. See you next week, Mike. Thank you, Joe. Pleasure. I'll put you down for that t-shirt. Don't worry, I won't forget it. I'm like an elephant. Let's store those things. When those t-shirts are ready, there'll be one in the post to you. Have a good week. See you next week. Thanks for all the support, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. Cam Video, I use Billy's trill thing a lot. Yeah. All of that. What, the 3-finger thing. There's a whole load of things I took out of his playing. Mark King's playing, John Deacon, John Taylor, Marcus Miller. And I'd know when I'm doing things that I've taken from other people on stage or on a gig, I just smile. I know exactly where I've got it from. I mean, very often there's a part in, we do a medley in Uncle Funk, which is Oops Upside Your Head. Got it wrong. It's Get Down on It, into Oops Upside Your Head, into Good Times. There's a part in it where the previous bass player in the band chucked in a load of harmonics as they transition from one song to another, and I can hit those harmonics, and the last bit I'll hit and bend it, so it's one of those numbers, and it's great. And I can make that scream if I turn the bass up and give it a real mid boost, which I can on the status. You just play that and it sounds great. The drummer loves it because he knows where we are then. But anyway, they're all just little things. Just throws everyone a little curve, you know. Stacey, that's really cool. Did you like the North Carolina coast? We like to think our coastline is way better than either South Carolina or Virginia's. Get you lot. Holiday make. I haven't had a holiday in 20 years. Travelogue. Canvas, it's a tapping thing where it's just a trill, but you use your right hand to do half of it. Oh, I think. Actually, the false harmonic thing, half of what gets you the volume and the sound is bending anyway. If you don't bend it, it kind of has got so much effect. But if you bend it, sounds better through an amp, obviously. Yeah. Where are we? Oh, it's getting near that time, isn't it? 4 hours and 57 minutes. I can't believe this. We're going to do it, aren't we? The last push. It's like the last post. Ah, fabulous. Saw whales from the coast. Ah, I know what you mean, Cam Voodoo. You're talking about this. I haven't got a strap. Yes, I have. Bear with me. I don't want to have to get out of my chair with the bass. You're talking about this. You're talking about this right-handed trill. You're talking about that. I don't know why that's point. I can do it with that one. That's what you're talking about. I used to be able to get that silky smooth, but just don't play it. You learn all these songs as a kid. You never play them. The technique's wasted on you. I don't know why I'm doing that. What's that all about? That's something worth practicing. That's the very one. There you go. Yeah, all of those. They've all been used a million times, I can assure you. Patrick went to the Birdland Jazz Club in New York. Wow, that was good. Who did you see? Put at the start of Ladies' Night. What, the trill thing? Nope. Still haven't decided if I'm going to go to the Mr. Big final shows or not. Saw them in 2017 and Eric's voice was not good, but it was kind of towards the end of the tour. But I just don't know if I want to see them and it not be good. We'll see. And it won't be the same without Pat. It couldn't be. I just don't know. I don't know. Wait until the dates get announced. It might be that I can't go. I might have a show. We will see. Very good. Very good. Well, we're into the home straight. Truly. Did I miss a super chat? I didn't think it had accrued to that amount of money. So I can see the super chat amount on my screen. I didn't think it had got that high, but I could be wrong. Maybe I am wrong. I don't know. Anyway, super chat payments. Thank you very much to all those who've contributed this evening. Don't forget, the merchandise is 20% off this week up until Sunday. I'll be in the UK in July if all goes to plan. Is there somewhere I can see your planned gigs? There isn't really. I can send you a link to the Uncle Funk page, and there'll be a list there of all our public gigs. But then, like the Queen tributes, that's a different thing. ABBA tributes, different thing. Wedding bands and stuff. So best thing is just send me a message either via social media or whichever way suits you better, the community tab on here. Let me know your dates when you're over, and I can just drop you a line and I'll say these are the gigs I'm doing, these are the public ones you can come to, and take it from there. Take your pick. I'm trying to think what I've got in July. I can actually tell you. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, that's June. Right, where am I? Okay, private party on the 1st. Then there's a festival in Oxted, which is south of London, north of Gatwick, on the 7th. Then, where's that? Oh, we're out in Telford, Shropshire, on the 8th. Then we are in Cromer, which is kind of Suffolk, Norfolk way, on a festival, outdoor festival on the 14th. And we've got a wedding gig on the 15th. Stand and Calling on the 20th, which is a Thursday, a big festival in Hertfordshire. Then we're doing Chid Fest, which is down sort of Brighton way on 21st. Then we're doing a secret garden party for a company, Secret Garden. That's in Huntingdon. I don't know who it's for or what it's about. There's a couple of bits in the last week of July, but I can't see all the details for it. Then we're doing Collective Festival in Fakenham, which is near Norfolk, on 29th. That's everything for July at the moment. Other things will come in. There's a Saturday there, another Friday, and then August is more of the same. Lots of festivals, lots of corporate events, lots of weddings, private parties. Got some Queen stuff in there. Off to Denmark, first week in August. Playing a big festival over there. Should be good fun. Stacey, get you, Patrick. Bet that was a moment and a half. I'm a big Diana Krall fan. Would love to see her there. She has played Birdland in the past. Goodness, sorry. Pardon. We're in the witching hour now. I don't know how many we've got. Oh, we've got 7 of us still hanging on to the bitter end. Well, keep the chat going, guys. It's we'll get there. We're not far. We are 10 minutes away from beating last week's record. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for sticking around tonight. Thank you for sticking around the past couple of weeks and months. It's been great. So everything's building on the channel. I've got to keep up with this 1 video a day for the shorts. We want to see where that goes. But there will be some long form content coming your way this week. So next couple of days there'll be the workshop video for the Lakeland 4464, and I need to get that done because I need that bass for this weekend's Queen tribute. Then there'll be demo and review videos of the Ibanez, the SR300 red one, and then I can let the floodgates open and start releasing some of the videos that I prepared even before Christmas, like last autumn, and I can start promoting them properly, get them up on the channel, do the job properly, and we'll see where it goes. But everything's looking quite good at the moment. Could do with getting the subscriber numbers up. That would help, but you know, we're getting there. All, as I say, everything in the analytics studio is going upwards. Green is good, red is bad. We don't want red, we want green. So more of that would be fabulous. Canned food, it's been emotional. What, sad? Do you mean? Yeah. Patrick, it was Stacey, but I didn't see anyone of any note. My dad recommended it. He's a big jazz fan, jazz pianist, still gigging at 85. Go, Patrick Sweeney's dad, fabulous. Oh, Martin's off. Good night, Mark. Thank you. Thank you for attending. Much appreciated. I'll need at least a few hours sleep before the alarm goes off. You should be a hardened man of rock. I get you. I know. The clock is ticking. We'll be there shortly. It might just be me at the end, but that's all right. If we beat it, it's something to shout about on the social media tomorrow. So if you're still with us and you haven't already, please give the video a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. If you aren't already, hit the subscribe button so you get, and the notification bell so you get notifications. Then you won't miss anything when I'm posting here on the channel or commenting on the community tab. Actually, I need to do one of these because I need to do a picture for social media for tomorrow. So I never smile in these pictures, always look concerned and pained. So we'll do one of these. It gets all the social media people talking. You see, if you hold your base up. But, the mind is willing, but the flesh is weak. Yeah, I hear. I hear. I will be going to sleep very quickly once this finishes, though. I just like, thank you, Can Voodoo, much appreciated. I saw 2 thumbs ups went on there. That's fabulous. And if you're watching after the event, you can still get involved in the conversation. Leave messages in the comments section. And when I get notifications tomorrow and in the future, if you've responded to anything here on the channel, I'll come back to you as soon as I see that notification. And don't forget, merchandise is available through till Sunday, 20% off everything, wherever you are in the world. Any product in the UK and Europe store or the US and worldwide store is 20% off. It won't be next week. There will be other discounts at other times, but not next week. Well, there might be, but it won't be a 20% discount, that's for sure. D-flat waltz weather report. I've been going through a big weather report phase in recent times. One of my big albums whenever I wrote stuff for the magazine was Black Market, because there's no singing, there's no vocals on it, and you just put that on and I could just listen to that at low volume and just write. It would get me in the zone. But I've been rediscovering loads of their old albums because I bought those original album classic box sets, and there's like 4 or 5 albums, 5 albums I think in each one. So I've got most of the collection. There's just 4 studio albums I'm missing now, which I can listen to on Spotify, but I'd actually like to own the originals, which I will chase down. Patrick Sweeney, a professional photographer, told me recently you should always smile when having your photo taken, otherwise it just looks like you're sitting on the loo. You haven't seen me sitting on the loo. I hate my smile. I know other people feel the same, not just me, but not about my smile, but about their own smile. Hate it. Hate my smile. Always have. Some people occasionally get a picture of me and it's like, oh, that's all right. That, but doesn't happen often. Not in the senior years. Now, getting the old turkey neck. Actually, mine's not too bad. But yeah. Still don't get why my teeth look like there's a gap there. There is no gap. There really isn't. Gino Vanelli, Brother to Brother. What's that then? Is that some... Oh, that's what you're listening to. I haven't got any music, so I'm talking to you fabulous people. Actually, here's an interesting point with the old T-bass. So it's got a 0 fret, which obviously Status are big fans of. But because where I've used this bass a lot, although not in recent years, but years gone by I did, the strings created little ruts and grooves in that 0 fret. And sometimes you can be playing it and you'll bend it and you'll hear the string go clink, and it's the string moving out of that groove. I forgot about it until a minute ago. I just heard. Oh, there you go. Oh. It's not doing it now. Ah, there it is. Ready? And it's just where you bend the string. It'll just move out of that groove. What you have to do is next time take the strings off. Just got to crown that fret. But I don't use this bass an awful lot these days. And it hasn't done a gig since, I think when I was in my Green Day tribute, and it was the backup bass. I used this for the drop tuning because there were a couple of songs we were doing the old tuning that they used to do, and I haven't used it for gigs in anger for a long, long time. So next week we'll be leading up to Easter, so I'm sure some of you will have the kids at home because it'll be half-term time. So you have permission to have the week off if you need it, but I'll be here 8 o'clock next Tuesday for live chat number 42. 42. Unbelievable. You're not still at work, Stacey, are you? I'd hope not. It's 8:15. Have you been out for dinner? Good question. You know the answer. So I've got a brand new fretless over there, and that will be a new series of videos, my journey learning to play fretless. So you also know that I do already have a Kabiki fretless in the rack, but I don't want to chew the fingerboard up on that, learning from scratch how to play fretless. So I've just bought a bass, jive bass, white one, in China white with a tortoiseshell scratch plate. It's got a Babbage bridge on it. It's been set up. It's got half wounds on it. It's coming. I need to script out how I'm going to do that series, and I need to learn. I can't just do it just for the sake of videoing it. I want to do it. I've got a couple of great fretless learning books on my shelf, which I bought during lockdown. So it's going to be full on. We're going to do it properly. So that's a new series of videos coming shortly, but I need to get this backlog of reviews and demos and stuff out there first, clear the decks, and then we can go sort of full pelt with new stuff. But it's all good. The thing is, at the moment, I'm not gigging that much, no, barely at all, as it happens. So there's going to be, I've got the ability now to really kind of get my feet very, very wet doing new videos and new content. So it's all coming. Boys and girls, we've broken the record. It's just clocked over 5 hours and 17 minutes. So I think we're going to wind this down. What we'll do is we'll always just do it a bit. And if we get another week where we get sort of in this realm, then we've only got to do a little bit, and we'll just keep nudging the thing forward as we go, rather than now trying to stay awake for another hour and be ridiculous. So I'm going to say thank you very much. I'm going to say good night to you all, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for another great night of live chat. It's been great. Thank you for all the questions, all the comments. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscribes. Everything. I can't do it without you guys. So thank you very much. Keep an eye on the channel over the next couple of days. There'll be some new stuff going up. Feel free to check out the new YouTube Shorts series, 60-second bass interviews, reviews. It's that late. The brain's addled, and there'll be some long form content going up this week as well. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. It's great fun. This is the highlight of my week at the moment. It's doing our live chats on Tuesday. Take it easy. Have a good week. Enjoy your bass playing. Got any questions, any comments, leave them in the comment section below, or contact me either via the community tab or Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any of those. You need anything, give us a shout. Also, if you got any questions before next Tuesday's live chat, go on Instagram. Occasionally on the story section, I'll say, ask me a bass related question. If there's something you need to get hold of me for, that's the place to do it. Otherwise, see you next Tuesday, 8 o'clock, here, Brooks's Bass Corner, for all your bass chat, anything bass related, and we will help you out. Have a great night, or whatever's left of your Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'll see you next week. Take it easy. Well done, gang. Nice one.